At this time, I would like to call to order today's meeting, February 13th. I'll ask that you please rise for a short prayer and a salute to our flag. Almighty God, grant us the wisdom to make those decisions that are in the best interest of all of our residents. May the Heavenly Father of us all bless those who have given the ultimate sacrifice in service to our nation, and may He watch over and protect our servicemen and women now guarding the gates of freedom. Salute to our flag, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Statement of publication, please, Jessica.
Take notice that this regular meeting of the mayor and council being held this 13th day of February 2023 has been advertised and posted in accordance with Open Public Meetings Act, Chapter 231, Public Law 1975.
Roll call, please.
Councilpersons Balca,
Here.
Conti,
Here.
Novak,
Here.
Noha,
Here.
Roberts.
Here. Before we move to the approval of prior minutes, I'll ask that we all once again please stand for a moment of silence for our departed councilwoman, Miss Eunice Juneforth. Thank you all. You may be seated. Before we again continue with our business, I think that it is only fitting that we all just take a moment and one more time reflect on how lucky we all are here to be part of such a wonderful borough and an amazing country. Here in Sayreville, we were blessed. Truly, truly blessed for only a short amount of time to have gotten to know Councilwoman Juneforth. Today, in honor of her, on the dais, we have one single red rose placed where Eunice has sat. Today, when you get up to speak, when we come together, I hope that you take a moment to look at that rose and understand the beauty that it represents. And let's hope that that rose never wilts. Let's try and take the best from these council meetings and understand that when Eunice served, and as she continues to serve, because I believe even though she is not here, we have learned so much from her. That before we turn around and raise our voice in anger or frustration, we understand that one of the things that she believed in the most was the fact that we as a community can achieve anything as long as we work together, as long as we respect one another, as long as we appreciate one another. And I know that she will be proud. I know that she's looking down on all of us right now, hoping that her short 30 years here have made a difference. And as I said at her memorial, as long as I am seated in the middle, and as long as I am walking this earth, I will do everything in my power to make sure that her legacy and her message lives on. I thank you all for coming here this evening. I know many of you are here to let Eunice know that she will not be forgotten. So thank you for that. With that, I will call upon our council president to continue with tonight's business of the approval of our prior minutes of the mayor and council.
Thank you, Mayor. Would like to motion to approve with subject to correction if necessary, the prior minutes of the special meeting and executive session of January 23rd, 2023, and the regular and agenda sessions of January 23rd, 2023.
Is there a second? Second. Roll call, please.
Councilpersons Noha,
Yes.
Balca,
Yes.
Conti,
Yes.
Novak,
Yes.
Roberts.
Yes. At this time, we would normally do proclamations and presentations. This evening, we have none. but we will move forward with our old business unless there is a need for executive session at this time. No need for executive session, then we'll move forward with old business. We have a public hearing on the following ordinance. Jessica?
Ordinance number 1-23, an ordinance amending and supplementing Chapter 2 of the revised general ordinances of the Borough of Saraville to amend Section 2-33 Sustainable Saraville Commission.
I'll open to the public for any and all comments regarding ordinance number 0123. Anybody has anything to add or question, please stand or raise your hand. Thank you. I see none. At this time, I'll entertain a motion to close the public portion.
I move the public hearing be closed, the ordinance adopted on second and final reading and advertised according to law.
Same.
Roll call, please.
Councilpersons Conti,
Yes.
Balca,
Yes.
Novak,
Yes.
Enoja,
Yes.
Roberts.
Yes.
Under appointments this evening, I
I
do,
move to make the following appointments, Mayor.
I'm sorry, I was just in the middle of making appointments myself.
Did we not exceed the 30 days?
I do believe that you do not have the right to appoint anyone onto the Environmental Commission, so I would like to make my appointments to the Environmental Commission as that is my board.
I was not going to take that,
Okay.
but please, I-
So ladies and gentlemen, under the Environmental Commission, we have several positions that are open. For the three-year membership, I'd like to appoint Shirley Reed. 3-year membership, I will also appoint Heather Mayera. For another 3-year membership, I would like to appoint Anton New to fill the 3-year membership under Michael Yetzko, who did not submit his paperwork. At this time, that will be the only Environmental Commission appointments that I will make until we have further discussions with the Environmental Commission regarding potential changes to that ordinance to allow for more members. That will conclude my appointments at this time.
I move to make appointments to the Board of Adjustment to reappoint William Henry and appoint Felix Wisniewski.
At this point, I'll have to defer over to my attorney regarding that appointment.
Yeah, I would say it's inappropriate for council member to make that appointment at this juncture because you have to wait for a 30-day to toll, which would commence at this meeting tonight, and it would be going forward. So at a future meeting, you would be authorized to do that, but not this evening.
How do you figure 30 days? 30 days from the day of that their appointment ceased.
I did not make an appointment to any of those boards, nor did I acknowledge that board. So I do not believe that the 30-day shot clock.
The 30 days starts from the day that their appointment stopped. We don't have members sitting on that board to hear any zoning things right now.
So
The 30 days starts when these people's at the end of the year.
I'll defer to the attorney of the council. If the attorney states that that does not start until today or whenever, then I will go based on what our attorney's recommendation is.
43 days into this year.
Yeah, I'm going to disagree with you, and I believe the mayor is accurate on this one.
Why? You have to explain why to me. I don't understand. 30 days is 30 days. How did we get to 43?
I think you heard the attorney's.
I want to
Comment.
know his reasoning.
I-
Could you please tell me your reasoning, state the state statute that says that 30 days is now 43 days?
That's my position. We can talk about this more offline, but that's my position. So that's what the advice I'm giving tonight. So please be guided accordingly.
Okay. Moving on to.
I just want to state for the record that the zoning board is unable to hear any cases because of the failure to appoint people to the zoning board. This is putting the town at risk.
Let's see. Board of Adjustments, I see that there's one member looking for reappointment and there are 2 vacancies. Is that accurate? Okay,
You need 7 people at the zoning board meetings to hear
We also need an attorney, so it's a
And the
step-by-step
attorney
process.
can't be appointed
Right.
until we have a chairman.
Even
We
if,
can't
even
have a
if
chairman
all those
until
things,
we
listen,
organize.
the bottom line is all those things in place, the meeting cannot conduct until we have an attorney, all right?
But you can never.
So That's
so your
also
whole-
stated for the record.
Yeah, but what
Thank
I'm
you.
saying is you can't have an attorney until you have the proper members on the board,
It's not
which,
true.
yes, it is. You must have a chairperson. You have to reorganize.
I do believe, their next meeting would have been scheduled for next month, correct?
No, no,
That February 22nd. And our next meeting is, it's after that. I understand. And the attorney, the RFPs for that were sent out when? When did they receive those? February 1st. Okay. Duly noted. Looking at some of the Board of Adjustments and some of the names that have been put here. And once I turn around and vet out a couple of the other questions that I have regarding potential appropriateness of some of the appointments that are on that particular board, then I'll be willing to make my recommendations to who I would appoint. I do have some concerns regarding some of the appointments on that board and potential of conflict. So I will wait until I get my attorney's opinion on that and some more clarity. So I do believe that there might be at least one with the potential of two, one new applicant that might be in conflict. One of the last things that I would ever want to do as a council, especially as mayor, I would hate to have anybody appointed to a position that may even have the appearance of a conflict when we have major land issues going on within the town. It is extremely important that sometimes you walk, investigate, and look to make certain everything is clear. When you rush something, guaranteed there will be problems. As everybody here is aware that's been watching and listening, we are also in the process of doing an investigation, an internal investigation into our Economic Redevelopment Agency regarding some potential problems that may have come out of that board. And the last thing I want to do is turn around and force something through without vetting everything out appropriately. That is in the best interest of this borough. That is what we need to do. If the council wishes, once that time is officially expired, to make appointments that they see fit, so be it. But I'm confident with the advice of the attorney that we do have the time to continue to vet out those individuals serving and those interested in serving. Thank you.
I just would like to now to clarify what the attorney said. At the next meeting that will be, I don't know, the 7th, so it'll be over 60 days. Will the 30 days be met by the time it's 60 days?
I believe the appointments will be made at the next meeting.
Yes, but whose appointments are they? The mayor's or the council's? So the mayor still gets it 60 days past the end of the year. So the 30 days does not exist. When does the 30 days start before it becomes a council appointment?
I believe it's once I actually make an appointment that fails.
That's correct. It does not it does not begin to tick until the mayor makes an appointment that is unsuccessful. At that time, the council is empowered to make appointments that the mayor was unable to make because she didn't have the votes to do.
Can you point us to the ordinance so that we can familiarize ourselves with that more thoroughly?
I actually would be curious where Mary's coming up with her, where the ordinance of the state statute is that you are
I will
referencing.
get it, but I know the wording is fails to appoint or the appointment cannot be confirmed. It says fails to appoint. And in this particular case, I think it's fails to appoint.
Okay, so your interpretation of the law when it comes to fails, your interpretation of the definition of fail means that if I don't make any appointment. So I would definitely err on the side of my legal team for a definition of failure. Mary, sorry, but I think I'll err on the side of those people that are actually schooled on law.
So Sean, what's your thoughts on if the mayor fails to appoint or it doesn't pass?
And you would have 30 days from that point. And then
So if the mayor fails to appoint, which we're saying she doesn't appoint,
That's
no,
your-
she would appoint, and if the appointment failed, that would be the failure. Not the fact that she didn't act.
So in other words, if I made an appointment and
I
it was
got it.
voted
I
down.
got it. It didn't sound like it read that way. Mary, if you find that, we'll look. It seemed to say if mayor fails and then, or.
I'll
So-
provide you with more documentation.
I'm still waiting for documentation. It's supposed to give me what they're asking. But, you know, I guess it'll show up eventually.
What documentation are you waiting for?
I'll talk to you after the meeting.
Just out of curiosity. Who are you looking to appoint, Mayor?
I was looking to appoint, well, Bill Henry and Felix Wisniewski to the zoning board, so they would have 7 people so that they could conduct business.
Okay, and your reasons for Felix Wisniewski and Bill Henry?
Bill Henry has been the member for years. He's done an excellent job, and he was the chairman, so he knows how to run the meeting.
Okay, and is there a reason why you would not consider Mr. Castlegrand?
We were just concerned, we were trying to find out if having 2 police officers on the same, I have no problem, but I was questioned on 2 police officers on the same board. And I was trying to find out if that was a problem before the appointment was made.
But 1 police officer on that board is appropriate, just not 2 potentially. So you're waiting to actually find out more about the candidates and you still want to move forward with those appointments? No, that's what you said.
I was not going to move forward with, well, Donna was not going to move forward with Mr. Castlegrant only because of that question. I would actually have no problem going with all 3, but there were some people that approached us and said something, and we decided to put that on the back burner. But I am very concerned about leaving the zoning board, a very, very important board, unable to conduct business.
So one of the things that concerns me is what you just heard here. So you have individuals that are looking to rush an appointment, even though they are not certain about candidates that have put in to serve on this board. So rather than wait to turn around and get clarification about whether all 3 of those candidates are in fact the best serving candidates, what they're doing is they're just going to push one aside rather than waiting to find out if it would even be an appropriate appointment. This is what I'm talking about.
I beg to differ, Mayor, if I may.
I'm
I-
sorry, Councilwoman Novak, I
I-
thought made that clear, but.
I did make my recommendations for appointments and I did have, I did reach out to a number of people that I trust as advisors and received feedback.
Would you
on-
like to share those
I
advisors?
would not.
Okay,
And one of the questions was it appropriate? We already have a police officer and what I found out is there's no reason we couldn't have one. So that wasn't my only decision on who to choose, on who I wish to choose. And I believe I chose and put up for appointment the 2 people that would best serve on the board.
but you won't disclose who gave you those opinions?
A number of people gave me opinions and a number of people gave me different opinions. I came to this conclusion that I felt these 2 were the best qualified at this point.
Did any of those opinions or advisors come from attorneys that would more than likely be able to tell you what the law or what the statute might read?
I did not.
Oh,
I don't
okay.
think this was a
So
matter
as
of.
the liaison to that board,
Excuse me.
yep,
I don't think this was a matter of
it is,
legally,
it is.
excuse me, how do
It
you
is.
know what's in my
Because
mind?
I'm the lead.
Can we have,
Excuse me.
can we have,
Your mind is not that hard to pick anyways,
Excuse
quite
can we have
frankly.
point of, can we have
Excuse me.
point,
That's just my opinion.
can we have
but
point
I'm
of order? Can we have point of order here? Can we have point of order? So ladies and gentlemen, I was really hoping that this is not the way we were going to start this meeting. I was really hoping this is not what was going to befall our first meeting as we continue to mourn the loss of a councilwoman who really sat to serve the best interests of our town. Yes, it's true. The Board of Adjustments is one of the most important boards in this entire town. And the reason why is it's a quasi judicial board. You're talking about legal decisions that are being made in essence at this board that is going to change the very landscape of this town. The decisions that the Board of Adjustments gets to make is different than any other board and does not have to come to the council. Their decisions do not always have to come to this council. You know, if you tried to get a pool or a fence or anything put onto your property, trying to do improvements, that's going to the Board of Adjustments. I was really, really hoping that we were going to turn around. I know, I hear the mumbling through this is what goes on. The sighs underneath the mics. Anytime I speak, just want things done the right way, people. Just want things done the right way. We have an issue here, and you know what? I'm glad that Councilwoman Roberts, Councilwoman Novak for Councilwoman Roberts, brought up the possible concern, is it okay for 2 police officers to serve on the same board? Shouldn't we find out if that's okay? Shouldn't we find out if 1 police officer is okay? I don't know if that's okay. We'll find out. But I'm speaking. But I want it done the right way. And according to the attorney, I still have time to do that. If my appointment fails, which more than likely it will, because I can count up here, then it fails and it goes to the council. But I sure as heck don't want to have something go to a zoning board right now, which is they have to make a decision about new attorneys with some of the biggest issues facing this town in decades. And have something go through that's wrong, that costs all of us a whole lot of money, a whole lot of time, and changes or irreversibly changes the landscape of our town. Really? That's all I have to say. I'm sure my council people might have some issue with that. Sorry for wanting to speak. I heard a couple of sighs because I was continuing to make my comments, but that's my right here. I'm allowed to make the comments that I want to make. All right.
I just would like to say one thing. You made it sound like that we still didn't have a legal opinion. I did ask the business administrator to investigate, and he called attorneys to find out there was nothing legally wrong with having 1 or 2 police officers on there. So I did that already. It was just the perception. But
Again, those who are, as liaisons to that board, I just believe that overall it's more appropriate that we have a current RFP for the attorneys and we should spend our focus vetting that, and then we'll move forward with the additional applicants. Thank you.
Thank you, Council President. Okay. We'll move forward then with our vote. Do we have our vote on new business now? Second ordinance?
Before we move on to new business, it was brought up to me that Human Relations Commission has a number of 3 applicants. Black History Month celebration is coming up, and they would like to be members of that commission again. There are 4 members, and I would like to put those up for reappointment.
Does this fall under that same situation? I have no problem making appointments to the Human Relations Commission at this time. Okay, so I'll make those appointments. So we have Ganell O'Leary. We have the 3-year member of Keith Kandel, 3-year member Juan Rodriguez, and we also have a vacancy which I will be appointing Stephen Wegrin to that vacancy.
I make a motion that we take the Human Relations Commission appointments as stated by the mayor.
second,
Roll call, please.
Councilpersons Roberts,
Yes.
Balca. Conti,
Yes.
Novak,
yes,
Anoha,
Yes.
Okay, now we'll move forward with our new business with the additional ordinance of 0323. Jessica?
0223, calendar year 2023, ordinance to exceed the municipal budget appropriation limits and to establish a cap bank.
Just for a correction on our minutes, it does say ordinance number 0323. That's what I have on my electronic form. Does everybody have that? Do you have that also, Mary?
On my
computer?
hard copy,
I
I
think,
have,
On the system, it says 20223.
There's two ordinances.
And then 03. Which one are we talking about? Oh,
Two.
Yeah,
Yeah.
okay. I thought that we were moving on to 0323.
No, we didn't do 02 yet.
Okay, go ahead.
I already did.
Okay. Calm down.
Hearing be held on February 27th, 2023.
Second,
Councilpersons Balca,
Yes.
Conti,
yes.
Novak.
Yeah.
Enoja,
Yes.
Roberts.
yes.
Ordinance number 3-23, an ordinance amending and supplementing chapter 2 of the revised general ordinances of the Borough of Saraville to amend section 2-32, Environmental Commission.
At this time, I will ask for a motion from Water and Sewer and Environmental. Councilwoman Roberts, please.
I move the ordinance be approved on first reading, advertised according to law, and a public hearing to be held on February 27th.
Is there a second? Second. Roll call, please.
Councilpersons Roberts,
Yes.
Balca,
Yes.
Conti,
Yes.
Novak,
yes,
Enoja.
Yes.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we'll now move forward with resolutions. I will open to the public for any and all comments on consent agenda resolutions only. If you would like to speak on any of those, please step forward. Ken Olszewski. State your name and address,
Thank you,
please.
Mayor. Ken Olszewski, 108 North Edward Street in Saraville. Question on resolution 2023-43, authorizing execution of interlocal service contract with the County of Middlesex for provision of public health services. My question on it is, how does this amount compare to the 2022 resolution?
Would you
What's the
like the
percentage
admin and
increase?
finance chair or our CFO? Admin finance chair on that or CFO on that?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
Back to you on it.
How about it's
It's Denise, approximately a few thousand?
okay, we should do that, please. Yeah, I'd like to know the percentage of increase and if there are any other changes in the agreement. Thank you. That's it.
Thank you, Ken. Anybody else from the public wish to speak on consent agenda resolutions, please come forward.
Thank you, Mayor. Jim Robinson, 11 Burrell Square. First, I'd like to thank the governing body and the police department for 2023-44, which will require the cleanup of lead at the firing range. As you might recall, about 5-6 months ago, when we reached the agreement to allow the Port Authority to come in to use our firing range, I asked about the lead situation there, and I appreciate the very quick action on behalf of the police department and the governing body to clean that up. So that's appreciated. I would ask somebody to please explain 2023-53, authorizing the mayor and borough engineer to execute the necessary NJDEP permit application for associated with Main Street South 1.
I'll turn that over to our engineer, Jay Cornell.
This is a project that was approved by the planning board. The water and sanitary sewer permits, the borough is typically the applicant. So this authorizes the permit applications to the state to be signed for that project.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Anybody else have any questions regarding the resolutions on for consent? Seeing none and seeing none online. Nicole, do you see any online? I'll entertain a motion. Actually, do we want to move to the agenda to be read in full, separate? So at this time, then I'll entertain a motion to close the public portion and accept the consent agenda resolutions as listed.
I move the public hearing be closed and the consent agenda resolutions be approved on roll call vote.
second,
Roll call, please.
Councilpersons Roberts,
Yes.
Balca.
Yes.
Conti,
Yes.
Novak,
yes,
Enoja.
Yes.
At this time, we'll move to the resolution to be read in full. Jessica.
Resolution number 2023-54, be it and it is hereby resolved that the proper borough officials are hereby authorized and directed to execute a contract with Rutgers Cooperative Extension to prepare an implementation and management plan for the transformation of Blue Acre properties into resilient landscape in an amount not to exceed $10,100.
At this time, I'll open to the public for any and all comments regarding Resolution 2023-54. Seeing no comments or hands raised and none online, I'll entertain a motion.
Move the public hearing be closed. The consent agenda resolution be approved on roll call vote.
Is- With a second in place, roll call.
Councilpersons Roberts,
Yes.
Balca,
Yes.
Conti,
Yes.
Novak,
Yes,
Enoja.
Yes.
We have our correspondence listed, and we need approval for our correspondence. I will entertain,
Need a motion to accept that correspondence.
I'll need a motion to accept our correspondence received by the Borough Clerk.
Make a motion to accept the correspondence of the fire department boards and commissions
And the notice to adjacent
and the notice adjacent.
property.
Is there a second?
yes, second.
Second by Councilwoman Novak. Roll call, please.
Councilpersons Roberts,
Yes.
Balca,
Yes.
Conti,
Yes.
Novak,
Yes,
Enoja.
Yes.
At this time, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to move to mayor and council reports. We'll begin with Councilman Balca for your comments and your committee reports at this time. Okay, when can we anticipate between Denise that we'll be looking at bringing our professionals, our department heads in for discussion on budget?
BA and I were going to meet, I believe, one day this week to start looking at things and everything. Unfortunately, the state has thrown a little bit of a monkey wrench into the plan because now what they're doing is they're changing what is known as the levy cap calculation. They're allowing more items to be put outside of cap. We are still waiting for them to provide us with this new document. So it may just be a couple weeks or so.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you for that, Denise. Anything else to add, Councilman Balca? No. Okay, thank you very much. We're going to move to public safety. Councilman Conti, please. So, yes, this is a little difficult. I know that we've been moving forward with our business today. This is usually the opportunity for our council people to make comments, not just about their committees, but also about any other happenings within the town. Our public safety liaison was Councilwoman June. And this is our first meeting that she will not be giving that report. The second liaison to that position is Councilman Conti. So he will be giving the report for Councilwoman June. And I know that he will do a fine job in representing a board, a committee that she was extremely proud to serve on. It's difficult today. But I know that Councilwoman June understands the importance of government continuing and moving forward. But that does not mean that she is forgotten. Councilman Conti, I will humbly request that you make Councilwoman June reports for this evening.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm honored to deliver any public safety reports on behalf of Councilwoman June. She was always very grateful and very appreciative. And she went out of her way to ensure that people knew that, whether it was a resident or somebody in public safety. I will certainly continue that trend of hers. And, I know we've got a unsolved case on our hand. I'm not going in that direction, but I do want to take the time to thank everyone who's been involved from the start to today for the work that they've done, the countless hours, no doubt they've spent trying to bring this situation to justice. So I really do, I want to, on her behalf, I just want to thank everyone who's been involved, the work that they've been doing. I know they're working hard. I know we don't have the answers that we'd all like to hear. And again, I'm not making official comments on that. That's for the chief and the authorities. I'm just saying what I know today, and I know we'd all like to have a situation wrapped up. That said, that doesn't mean the individuals aren't working hard trying to figure things out and trying to bring justice. And I know she'd be thanking them for the hard work. And I know they've been spending countless hours, the collaboration with others, other towns, the county, other agencies and whatnot. So I do want to say thank you. I know that I'm hopeful we'll have something very soon. And we could bring this, whoever, to justice and at least be happy about that. But so that's what I want to say. There's no specific reports or documents today, so I'm going to just leave it at that. I'm grateful, I'm thankful, and I'm appreciative of everyone's efforts. And if we as a council can help in any way possible, absolutely. And I know that we've been doing that. We've been talked to, and I know people will look to us for assistance where needed. I just want to continue that along to say, if we are needed, if anything is needed from the council, mayor, no doubt, our professionals, please let us know. We just want to be helpful, and we appreciate everything. So on behalf of Councilwoman June4, I will leave it at that. I'm grateful.
Thank you for that report.
Before we transition to Public Works, is it possible if I also support his committee reports as a third liaison, being that, of course, it can be a tough task taking it on, and assuming that's okay.
Yes.
And for us, as Councilman Conti mentioned, that there's a lot to update regarding public safety, but it seems to be the most popular as the active ongoing investigation of the recently ruled homicide of Councilwoman June4. And, we had the privilege of, talking to the acting chief, on the active investigation. And he did let us know that, of course, this is also investigated at the county level by the prosecutor's office. And those with information that are willing to help the police form a more clear picture as to what may have taken place are encouraged to meet with the police, our local police and the county prosecutor's office to share as much information as possible. I've personally met with them to share all that I know about her as her colleague. And, I personally encourage all of us to do the same. We have, I was updated that the prosecutor's office has been cited to say that they will not be doing any public interviews for those who have been asking when they expect to hear an update. So they did mention that they will not be doing any, public interviews towards the public, and that's so far the information that we have so far. But we do encourage you, for those who have been sending Oprah requests or those who have been calling, please feel free to contact our local law enforcement and our county level law enforcement with all information you may have, and feel free to ask them as well directly. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Council President Anoha. With that, we'll move forward with Public Works yet again. Councilman Conti, I'll turn to you.
Thank you. So as far as Public Works, it seems like poor timing to talk about other things, but I'll be brief. So Public Works, I need to, by the next meeting, I will have had a good conversation with the directors of Public Works along with our engineers to go through and to align on the roads we'll be paving. The parks will be getting ready for sports and outdoor activities. So I will have those conversations. I'll be able to report on that next time around. Then I'm thrilled to see that we're moving forward with some exploration on the Rutgers project. That's great. That'll clean up an area. If we can get to that point, that'll clean up an area that's our residents have stated before that obviously we desperately need to clean up. So I'm excited about that. So I certainly want to hear more about that and work with you on that, Glenn, if there's, whatever I can do to push it along. And that's it. That's it. Progress.
Thank you, Councilman Conti. We're going to move forward now with water, sewer, and environmental. That's Councilwoman Roberts, please.
Thank you, Mayor. To pick up on the exploration of the Blue Acres that Councilman Conti just mentioned, I'm looking forward to seeing what can be accomplished there. We had a wonderful presentation at the Environmental Committee about the potential of what can be done, so I'm going to look forward to that also. I do want to bring up a couple of things that are going on around town. The OLV Big Fundraiser Coin Toss is going to be happening April 22nd and 23rd. That's a fundraiser for brain injured children. We have our Morgan Fire Truck that has asked for permission to attend a parade in Matawan on March 10th. And I do want to share that this will be our second year. We're going to ask for scholarship essays from the high school for the Lewis-based Second Future Municipal Leaders Scholarship Competition, where they can get a scholarship for $1,000 to talk about how municipalities work and how we help the community that way. And we have also brought in interns to learn more about how local municipal government works. So I'm looking forward to that program also. As far as water and sewer, I think that's it, but I'm also seated on SERA. So I have half of a report for SERA to share.
Sure, you may continue.
At the January 26th SERA meeting, the commissioners adopted 2 resolutions. So I'm going to talk about the first one, and Councilwoman Novak will handle the second resolution. Resolution involved recommendations to the Borough Council for further review and action. The first resolution was a recommendation that the Borough Council consider approving a contract for sale of the Sayreville Landfill Number 3 to the designated redeveloper. The proposed purchase price ranges from $15 to $20 million, depending upon whether 1 or 2 cold storage buildings are built. In addition, there's an additional $1 to $3 million payment to the borough on top of the purchase price. So the total payments to the borough would range from $17 million to $23 million. That still has to come to the council. So there's going to be recommendations coming our way. It's not here yet. No action will be taken on that until it comes through the council. I think that is all for me right now. I don't know if you would like Councilwoman Novak to take the second half of this or just wait for her.
She's
I'm next.
She's very,
Okay, you're
she's
next.
next on recreation. So Councilwoman Novak, recreation, and then, or if you want to continue with your redevelopment.
I'll do the recreation.
Statements first.
Give me a second. I'm
Sure.
getting better with technology. Okay, they had they had canceled their first meeting because of Councilwoman Dunforth. So they had the meeting the following week. They set up a tentative recreation event schedule, but it's not going to be published right away because there are still some contracts with vendors that have to be finalized, but I will let you know exactly when all of those. But for right now, we will be opening Burks Park and Sports Camp registration in mid-March. And the information will be posted on the website in a few weeks. Other than that, Mayor, progress and recreation.
Thank you. Redevelopment Agency, you're part 2.
Development Agency, I'm part 2. Okay. The second resolution recommends that the Borough Council consider a pilot agreement for the self-storage redevelopment project at Club Pure site. Again, these resolutions are just recommendations. That's the Borough Council that gets to make the final decision. Sarah will be sending the resolution and draft contracts to the borough, and we suggest that the next steps that Sarah professionals meet and brief the borough BA and the new borough attorney, excuse me, I'm not that good at this yet, and other borough professionals. And I would like to add to this that I didn't type it out, but maybe our finance company actually do look at, yes, our financial advisor, go over this too and give us some sort of projection as to what we can expect instead of just it will be better. I'd like to hear how much better. Okay. And also at the January 3rd Sarah meeting, we had a presentation about a second self-storage project. This one would be on Main Street in the vacant lot between Gillette Senior Apartments and the Garden State Parkway. This was just the first presentation on this new project, and I'll have more to tell you in the future. And that's the last report of Sarah.
Okay, thank you for that,
I
Councilwoman
just would
Novak.
like to say, just
Of course, go ahead.
coming from a family of police, I've often learned that the less said is better, and to not make any public comments. So all I will say is, everybody, hug your kids, hug your family, because you hear it all the time, but you really don't think it's ever going to happen to you, and it happened in this town. You never know what tomorrow is going to bring. Thank you.
Thank you for that. We'll move to planning and zoning. Council President Anoha, please.
Thank you, Mayor. As previously mentioned, planning and zoning, we're looking forward to spending more time reviewing our received RFPs for an attorney. And we look forward to, I believe, making an appointment in our planning board meeting in about 2 days, and as well as our zoning in our upcoming meeting. So, and of course, going over some of the questions that we may have regarding the appointments with the coming said attorney. So we're grateful for that progress and the steps we're taking towards that path. And so far, we expect more progress to come off that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So ladies and gentlemen, for my remarks for this evening, I will attempt to keep them brief. First, I just want to say thank you to every single person that is here this evening. For those that cannot see, that are watching at home, this is a completely packed council chamber. There is standing room only, and that extends out into our hallway. And I would like to think that the reason why so many people are here with us today is in honor of Councilwoman June Four, and also because you've heard her call of service to get involved. Please, don't just come here today. To truly honor her and to truly show how much this community means to you, keep coming here. Keep coming forward, calling in. We are hybrid for a reason, because we want as much community involvement as possible. Looking back at COVID, we can easily talk about all of the things that went wrong, the people that we lost, how difficult it was, what it did to our children, what it did to the community. But one of the good things that came out of that is hybrid meetings and the understanding that you need to take every single moment like it is your last. So whether you learn that lesson through the pandemic, or whether you learn that lesson through the last 2 weeks of what's transpired here in Saraville, you learn that lesson. So make every moment count, because we don't know when that time will not be granted to us. I know many people here, I'm certain, wish to speak about Eunice. I would like to just close my remarks by saying thank you, first and foremost, to the man on my right, our business administrator, Glenn Skarzinski, who, since he has taken the seat over here in the job, he's really had to work hard, from fires before he even began to what brings us here today. If it wasn't for Glenn, the memorial service that we were able to do for Councilwoman June Four would not have been as beautiful as it was. From the bottom of my heart, Glenn, thank you for that. Thank you. I'd also like to thank yet again publicly to Epic Church, Pastor Wagner, because opening up like he always does to our community, the most beautiful facility I think I've ever stepped forward in. It is with profound, profound heartfelt thanks that I look to him and I say, thank you for bringing that healing to us, for his kind words. I would also like to thank our communications officer, Julie Velaz, who was responsible for putting together the most beautiful program, invitation. Eunice was beautiful. So it was easy for her to put together something that truly represented such a shining light. She put together all of the paperwork, the pictures that you saw. And I also would like to thank her for helping the family put together a GoFundMe account, really for her daughter. Eunice may not be with us, but there is a part of Eunice that is here. And that is her daughter, Fatima Nicole, although she'll probably yell at me for saying that because she prefers Nicole. She is here and her life is forever changed. Beautiful young girl who has had her mom for 12 years to show her a path of what it's like to be a good person and to be a good servant of the Lord. And right now, my focus is on making sure that her life and her future is as bright as it can possibly be. So the GoFundMe account that has been created is in essence a trust for Nicole, because I know that Nicole is going to continue to shatter the types of ceilings that her mom did. She had a good foundation, loving people. And that's what Saraville does when we're in need. When somebody is hurt, we come forward, and I hope that many of you will be able to do that for her. Whether that be through contributions to the GoFundMe account or just letting her family know through prayers and kind words that she'll never be forgotten. I know that there's a whole bunch of other people that helped us with putting together that memorial. That includes our police department as well. I'd like to formally once again thank Lieutenant Governor Sheila Oliver for attending as well as the Assembly Speaker Craig Coughlin, my council members that were able to attend as well. Assemblywoman Yvonne Lopez, Senator Joe Vitale. Am I forgetting anybody? There has been an outpouring of support from everywhere within the state and beyond. So it's impossible for me to thank every single person. Most importantly, though, I would like to thank the support from the FBI, who has reached out in order to give any services needed, our county prosecutor, our state police, our local law enforcement. Eunice and our town are a priority, because I know that right now, when something is left unopened, unclosed, not final, we all worry, but I have faith that this is going to come to an end. I have faith that whoever did this heinous act is going to be caught, because Eunice deserves that. Her family deserves that. And we as a community deserve that. Any help that you can provide to our police, please do so, no matter how small or how minimal you think it is. Any videos, whether that be just the sound, you don't know, there are things that they can do in order to enhance that, in order to possibly find that one clue, that one piece of evidence that can help solve this crime. So thank you. With that, we will now move to the public portion. If you do wish to speak, we are going to ask, I will have my attorney just keep our 5-minute timer. Please know that it is not because we don't think that you have a lot to say, but I know there's a lot of people that have a lot to say. I'll start up front. Please forgive me because I am a little short, a little vertically challenged, so just raise your hand high. I'll start here. Steve, please come forward. Name and address, please, for the record.
Steve Melanowski, 28 Scarlet Drive in Portland. First of all, I want to say very briefly, because I know a lot of people are going to say it, my brief relationship with Eunice, she will be missed. Our prayers go out to her and her family. But based on previous discussions that I've had at this meeting for a number of years, two things. One, the discussion about the committee representatives, the appointments. That's something that I'm very, very keen on and been pushing for. They're appointed by us. I've been told this by prior mayor and prior councils. If those committees are not performing or those representatives are not performing, they should be removed. And based on that, I've asked that these committees, and thanks to the council and the mayor, you're getting some of these reports in the general meeting, and I think that's a great thing. So thank you for that. But however, the committees, I'm asking a question. Do they set goals and objectives and timeframes for what their committee is committed to? Because I've always been after, where's the checks and balances for these committees? We hear that all of a sudden some committee is doing this and some committee is doing that. So my question is, where's the checks and balances? And like, for the sake of transparency, do they follow a RUP, guideline, rational unified process, where they set up goals, objectives, timeframes that report back to the people that appointed them, this committee? Because that seems to be critical, because if the committees start going to the left and the town and the committee, and the council rather, excuse me, wants to go right, where's that checks and balances? What's our right to do it? And I know they have their own, legal representation, their legal entities, but where's our control? Where's our checks and balances? I'd love to see them come and present my goals and objectives for 2023 are A, B, C within this, so that the committee, the council, sorry, I keep saying committee, the council can look at the committee and say, yes, you're going in the right direction. Not telling them what to do, but finding out which direction they'd like to take. So that's what I have to say. And I still say, I want to see where the checks and balances and what this committee, this council and mayor can do. And I thank you for at least getting the reports up in the general meeting. Thank you. And God bless Eunice and her family.
I did, Mr. Duffy, I know that you did ask much earlier in the meeting to come forward.
Bob Duffy, 111 Merritt Avenue. I just want to say to the council that we had a person of greatness in our midst, amongst us. And the eulogy that you gave, Mayor, was fantastic. Was short on words. It was unbelievable. This township went through a lot in the last year, from ups to downs to ups to downs. And I want to thank you, Mayor, for being there at the time when we needed it. And Christian, I'm going to say this from the people of Sayreville. Your family here. You need anything, we're here for you.
Thank you for that, Mr. Duffy. Thank you. Would you wish to speak? Please come forward.
Iqbal Mohammed from 9 Kanya Court, Sayville, New Jersey. Dear mayors, mayor, council members, and my fellow members, thank you for your time and thank you for giving me an opportunity to talk to you. I would like to speak something about Ms. Eunice, whom I know personally. So we were, on behalf of our community, I would say we were shocked, as you all were, on the tragic killing of Sayville Councilman Ms. Eunice Duffpour. Her death is a terrible loss, not just to her family, friends, and colleagues, but to the Sayville community at large. She was a friend to everyone. She always had a glowing smile and willingness to help those in need. Beyond her dedication to our community, she had built a reputation as a committed member of the Borough Council who took her responsibility with the utmost diligence and seriousness. She was one of the forward-looking young charismatic leaders, and her commitment to secularism, diversity, and inclusiveness was much greater, which went above party politics. She, like few other friends, even volunteered to spearhead efforts to broker settlement between the community center and its neighbors. And on a personal level, she was the principal force that transformed our despair into hope and progress. To quote what she said when I had personal discussions with her, we here in Sayreville have the responsibility to help repair the bridge to rally people around our common humanity, to have a multicultural, multi-ethnic, multiracial, diverse community where differences can be resolved with mutual respect. We must celebrate our diversity as a source of strength, moving forward in unity and solidarity, and to push back against those who fan the flames of division. Here we are, proud residents of Sayreville. I know that we all will come together as it has always been in common purpose. I hope the council members emulate the life and legacy of Miss Eunice Dunford as we reflect on her service and recommit to her work. And I think that's the best way for us to celebrate her life, to honor her memory, to carry her legacy forward. We all are looking forward and eager to do that challenging work with all of you. Thank you.
Beautiful words. Thank you so much.
Good evening. My name is Yomi Lawa. I live at 6201 Fernandez Court, Pauline. I want to thank you very much. I've heard a lot of things that was said about Eunice. Very passionate, very impressive. I have never met her, but I live next door to her. I have lived in this state for about 45 years, mostly in this county, and I feel very safe. I was shocked to know that something like that happened to her, and up to this point, nothing has happened as far as justice is concerned. I know you guys are doing everything you can. My impression is that Eunice is not an ordinary person. She's not a street girl. She worked for the council. She's a councilman. She devoted her life for the city. So we need answers. We want to know where to go to get answers. I don't know why there's no press briefing at all to the public since she passed away. So what can we do to make sure that she just be forgotten just like that?
I appreciate those questions. It's difficult from my stance here because I don't have the information to give the press briefings for. So I know that the prosecutor, the county prosecutor, has made the statement that she personally does not believe in doing press conferences. It's hard for me to turn around and accept that, because I do believe that our community needs to hear something.
Sure.
But I'm trying to just hold the faith in knowing that there's a reason why, perhaps, that right now there's silence. I hope that it means that they don't want to compromise the investigation. I'm hoping it means that they're working on something behind the scenes right now that's going to bring her murderer to justice. But I'm also hopeful that at a certain point, we are going to get more information.
Okay.
Because we need it. This is beyond unsettling. It's downright scary even sometimes to think that this could happen here in Sayreville. You know, I look back at the news and I see things that have happened in other states. We're all aware of that. And I know that the police and law enforcement there were also very quiet. And luckily they were able to bring that murderer to justice. But maybe I'm just Maybe I'm just too eager to find out what happened to my friend. But I too hope that the prosecutor, when it's time, is going to go before the cameras, because this isn't just a Saraville thing right now. The entire state, the entire country, this has made it into the world news. We all need to know. We all have to know. And we all have to come together. I really don't have a forum to send you to right now, other than to just ask, keep coming here and asking us. I know that we have our chief here today, somewhere. Where are you? I can't see you. I hate to call you up right now, but I know that I've come to you. I know that Councilman Anoha said that anyone from the council that can provide any help, assistance, or information. I've gone to the police myself, spoken to the prosecutor myself to give as much information as I could to let them know more about our councilwoman, in the hope that that will help them find that one shred of evidence. I don't think that our chief is prepared right now to give comment because it is an active investigation, but when that time comes, I have faith that they will also speak as needed.
Thank you very much. As the mayor, can we rely on you to make sure that you follow up with the chief of police and make sure that we get the response when it's time, so that we don't wait for too long forever and waiting for something to happen?
Not only just from me, this has literally been the only thing that has been on my mind, that has been at the forefront of every single waking moment of my life since this happened. And that's not to say that other borough business isn't important, but I have faith that we have an elected body here because they can keep their eyes on everything. And that's why we have liaison positions. Right now, I live, breathe, eat, and I wish I could say sleep, but I really haven't. This is the only thing that I am focused on right now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We're counting on you. Thank you very much.
But the family is not going to let this be forgotten either. Remember that. The entire Epic Church was filled with people in that room that loved her, and her family was there. And in working and speaking with her family, Mama and Papa June 4, they're not letting this go. This is their daughter. This is their baby.
We appreciate your support. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Sir. Who else did you say that I missed? Oh, Kenny, I'll call you. Come on up, sir.
Alip Sayed, 3
Hello,
Sophie Street. Just wanted to recognize our councilwoman's activities and her obligations towards the community, how she was responsive, how she was actively involved. You pick up a phone, call her, and she will respond immediately. And if it is not in her capacity, she will guide you what to do and how to resolve the issue. She was big on communities, building the bridges. She was a daughter. She was a sister to this community. And we want to make sure that we have an echo for our support. Her sacrifice illustrates that how well she was prepared for her obligations towards this Saraville town. Losing her as an iconic personality, I call it, she was for this community, it makes us very vulnerable that if she can be taken away in a matter of no time, what is going to make this town a very secure, a zero tolerant to a crime? I'm not sure if you remember when you were running for your election, we mentioned that there are pockets within the Saraville where a lot of activities are happening, and they are still happening, okay? It's a challenge to me as a community member, it's a challenge to you as a politicians, it is a challenge for authorities to stop those, because that is the birthplace of the criminal minds. So either you take it, I don't want to name the various pockets, but there are. So the responsibility lies upon us and upon you to make you aware of it, to make the chief aware of what is going on. At the meantime, the action has to be there. So we want to make sure that our Cedarville remains secure. She was a migrant to Cedarville not too long ago. She moved knowing that how safe and secure this town is. And we have moved for the same reason, and many are moving here. So we want to make sure that you have some assurance to the community that this is going to be a stopping point. And we appreciate your work. That's all I have.
Thank you very much.
Madam Mayor,
Hello.
Council, good evening. My name is Dr. Uchenna Onyani. I'm a resident of Newark, New Jersey. I have to tell you that it's unfortunate that I'm here under these circumstances. I am part of an organization, the Nigerian American Public Affairs Committee, and it is our goal to help empower not just Nigerian Americans, but all young people of African descent. So you can imagine our pain when our sister was taken from us February 1st. She was bright, she was vibrant. And I heard your words and I appreciate them. But our concern is that we don't feel that enough is being done at this point. We see investigators throughout Newark. I don't know why, because the killer does not hail from Newark or the killers. And my concern is that the more we spend time chasing our tails in Newark, we're going to miss out on what could be very important evidence down here in Sayreville. I appreciate your words about the prosecutor and questioning why we're not doing press conference. I also have a question as to why we don't have public access to evidence or at least something that could point us in the right direction. I think the public has a right to know. And I don't know if there's anything you, Madam Mayor, or any of the council members can say to speak to that. I've heard that there are things that could be important towards this investigation that we have not been made aware of yet. And I see Councilman Chris, you know, I was hoping to hear more from you. I haven't heard much from you. And I know that you are struggling right now, you and your family, but if there's anything that any of you can tell us, it would be greatly appreciated, because we will not rest until we find those who committed this heinous evil. And we will be here every meeting until we get what it is we want, which is answers as to who and why. So if anyone can speak to the prosecutor's decision to hold all of this evidence, I would love to hear from it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I wish I had those answers. I'm standing with you as somebody that right now feels a bit helpless, because I don't have those answers and I don't know how to get them. I do think that we need to hear something. Even if it's nothing. I know that sounds ridiculous, but even if it's nothing, to just hear from somebody else's mouth. I know that the prosecutor said this is their top priority,
It doesn't feel like it.
but I think we need to hear that officially. I think we need to hear it more often. One of the things that frightens me a bit is I don't want the memorial I don't want this meeting to be the last that we hear of Councilwoman June Ford.
Correct.
That's my fear. That this isn't a matter of half-staff flags one day and kindness and love, because that's there. Answers and justice is now the next phase.
Correct.
We needed to mourn. There is no doubt. Councilwoman June Ford's family is preparing for Eunice's final resting place. They're preparing for that funeral service that's coming. That shouldn't be the end of this until we know who did this.
Agree. I agree.
So I'm here for you.
Thank you.
I'm here to stand with you.
Thank you.
I'm here to demand answers because we need it.
Absolutely.
We need it. But I don't know how to get that. That part is somewhat out of my jurisdiction, but I can be loud. I have a microphone.
Yes.
And I might only be 5 feet tall, but I'll bring a box and I can make some noise with you.
Thank you. And please tell me if this is, against conduct here, but again, I haven't heard much from our brother Christian. Sir, do you have anything to add? Is it okay for him to?
Yeah, no, it is. I speak to Christian often.
Thank
This has been hard.
First and foremost, I want to extend my regards to your organization and, what your work you guys put across the state and beyond for many folks that fit the description of Councilwoman June Ford. So I do understand how this affects you personally, and in that regard, it affects me as well. Even as council president, this is a colleague that I work with personally, so to see what took place, I'm sure it affects all of us. And the concern, even as the mayor mentioned, as to, what appears to be the inability of giving an update is simply because that was something that she was very good at. She, as a public safety liaison, was known as someone to work with our law enforcement to see to it that there was always an initiative for a progress report. And in this meeting, it's challenging to give a progress report because in my opinion, the person who specialized in that was indeed Councilwoman June Ford. So that's the layer of the challenge here, and it seems as though Councilman Conti is committed towards that. And I'm looking forward to supporting him so that we can continuously give progress reports, and again, it's a tough void to fill because what you're asking for was what she specialized in, even to the point where, she's been criticized, to the point where maybe she had bad relationships with law enforcement, but it was all in the essence of working very hard to give us progress reports, so we'll see what we can do to fill in those shoes, if at all possible. And that's legally what we can say now because it's active and ongoing as an investigation. But with any information that you may have or you may believe you may have, or if you know someone with any potential information, we encourage you to report it as soon as possible to our law enforcement so that it can help them form the most clear picture to expose those responsible for this tragic event.
Thank you. And last question, you said the FBI is involved?
So the FBI did offer their services here. They said that anything that our police, the prosecutor, including the state, would need in order to assist in solving this crime, their services are at our disposal. Whether that means that they are taking an active lead in this investigation right now, I don't necessarily know that to be true, but I do know that their services were offered.
So why
I'm
would
not
we-
in the middle of the investigation, so I don't know how that works. But that's what was expressed to me. But I'm looking at you and I want to implore you as I have Eunice's family. And like I said, my commitment. We can't let this fall out of the headlines.
Correct.
You can't let Eunice's name go away with just a whisper of please remember her.
Correct.
Okay, It's got to be pressing. It's got to be present. The people here have to demand justice and have to demand that this case does not go quiet. I don't believe that it will. I have faith that they're going to, but I feel better when I know that I hear it every day.
Yes.
And that comes with organization. That comes with making sure we say, speak her name
Yes.
every day
Yes.
and demand that justice come her way, not just for her and her family, but for this family,
Yes.
for Saraville's family.
Absolutely.
We have to do that. We have to make sure it's a priority every single day until somebody is held accountable, because she should not be gone. That rose is beautiful, but Eunice was more beautiful.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
So,
Thank you. And please, all hands on deck. If the FBI is offering, let's get the FBI involved. So we can solve
Absolutely.
this. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
thank you. I believe, is Kenny Piscatelli still back there? There you go. He left? He did? Okay. There are more hands here that I see. And Ken, you're already half standing? And then gentleman in the back, right there. Okay, so I can do at least two. And then at this point, I almost feel like we might need to just almost form a line. Go ahead, Ken.
Ken Olszewski, 108 North Edward Street. I didn't know Councilwoman Mumford real well. We passed each other and exchanged pleasantries. But I want to relate a story. 2 meetings ago, during a break, she came from the dais and she sat down next to me. And we talked for about the length of the break, probably 10 minutes. And one of the things she said was, I'm here to do God's work. And I, of course, said to her, that's an admirable goal. And I tried to give her a little bit of advice on how to negotiate through the boards and the boroughs, because I've served on most things in this community, on how it might help her to do God's work. And she obviously made quite an impression on me at that time. I happened to, just by chance, be awake and saw my phone light up about 3:30 that morning, and looked at it and heard the bad news, saw the bad news. And of course, I couldn't sleep. The rest of the night, I made a couple of calls to people that had gone back and forth at that time. And most people here have said the things that need to be said. Obviously, we need to find the perpetrator of this dastardly deed and to bring them to justice. But the other thing we need to do is we need to use Eunice and her ideas and philosophy and her closeness to God to help us in this borough right now, because you know, I've been around a long time. We've got some really difficult things we're going through. And I'm not going to go into them. We all know what they are. But we need to use Eunice and what happened to her to take something as violent and pathetic and terrible as this was. We need to turn that into using for her memory day in and day out and running the business of this borough and making this town better for us. But you know what? More importantly, making this town better for her as she looks down upon us and sees what's going on. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Ken. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Syed Ali from 44 Kearse Street. Thanks so much, Mayor and the council, for giving me the opportunity to speak. This is a difficult moment for Saraville. This is not a normal person we're celebrating and remembering. This is Councilwoman June 4th. She was a voice to the entire community. She wasn't just representing Republican or Democrat, black or white.
She was representing us. I can tell you, I had very little interaction with her in a couple of meetings that I have attended in person, and she was forthcoming. She was willing to work with us. She was willing to work and go above and beyond to help us solve the problem. And that's what we have to do in order to continue her legacy in this town. We have to unite ourselves, no matter what, whether this is the community center issue or any other issue or the finding justice for her and her family. We have to work together to get to a point where we can all celebrate her life in a way she deserves it. So I appreciate all the effort you're doing, all the other speakers who spoke about finding the perpetrator. We have to also focus on one more point that I noticed that was not brought up. All of you guys there on the other side of the desk, you're doing a great job. Sometimes you're making difficult decisions that I may not like, somebody else may not like. You come and go through the application, you sometimes approve it, sometimes disapprove it. And I'm sure you do it with the conscience of your mind and heart that you're doing it for the right reason. But I may not like it, somebody else might not like it. And then we come to a point where the tolerance is gone. Now, we don't know what happened to our councilwoman, but once we find out, and that's why it's important for us to know what happened to her. Is this something has to do with her work that she was, really helping the town in many ways, or because of whatever reason? And going forward, how do we make sure that we protect all of you guys? Now, is there enough budget with the town that can provide more surveillance to our existing council members, mayor, and other officials? We need to have that, and not just the community in general. I guess this is about the police force or the law enforcement to decide, but my request is to try and increase surveillance for our elected officials, for our government officials, as well as the community in general, so we can do some preemptive measure and not just mourn the loss of a loved one, but also protect and prevent these events from happening. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for those comments. Thank you. I apologize if there's someone on that side of the platform I can't see.
Mohammed Naveed, 34 Corey Street, Parlin, New Jersey. I was in the memorial of Eunice in the Epic Church. And a lot of people have said a lot about Eunice and her greatest. Me personally, I have not met her, but the memorial itself, when I visited the church, the Epic Church, what a beautiful church.
Beautiful, beautiful.
I'm going to get straight to the point. We need an epic mosque. We need an epic mosque in this area, and I'll tell you why. In the Masjid Sadr and
Hang on
community
one
center-
second. I know they're in the hallway, but if it gets noisy out there, we can't hear here. So I'll just ask that if they're out in the hallway, they're talking, you can just close those doors. And that's fine. You can have those conversations out in the hallway, but I want to make sure that we can hear what you say. Otherwise, the microphone will pick up everything else.
Yes, thanks
I
for bringing
apologize.
the attention.
Thank you.
So we need an epic mosque, and I'll tell you what was happening in the mosque that was that is being temporarily shut down, and there might be various reasons why. I'm not going to go into that, and obviously we're not here to solve that problem. But we were in that community center. We were making a lot of Eunices. We were making a lot of Eunices. By shutting down the mosque, we are saying we don't want no more Eunices, because that is the message that is coming out. And we don't want that to happen. We want more Eunices, we want more diversity. We want more people of different color, faith, and everybody to come to make this town even better. right? Obviously, we are reeling between how do we catch the perpetrator and all those things. But there's also a part of, hey, we have to now, Eunice is looking down upon us, but we need to create more Eunices. And this is a great opportunity by actually opening up or giving a space or whatever that is. But we desperately, the Muslim community desperately needs a community center. Thank you.
Thank you for that. We do need more Eunices. That is for sure.
Hi, my name is Farah Ali. I live at 58 Corey Street. I've been to this council meetings before and I've spoken before. Today, sadly, my words are not going to be as kind as they have been, because as a tax-paying citizen of this town, I'm astounded, but I have to say I'm not surprised that our First Amendment right as Muslims to practice our religion has been limited, not taken away, but limited. And I want you to take note that that decision to serve a house of worship, a cease and desist notice, is not taken lightly by this community. And the lack of cooperation and consideration, coupled with given recent actions from this governing body that we put so much faith in, that we come out to elect, whether you're a Democrat, independent, whether you're Republican, it speaks volumes. The recent actions speak volumes of where allegiances lie, where biases lie, where morals lie, and where ethics lie here. And I may not be present in every meeting, but I do make a point of listening to these meetings on my own time when I get it. And there have been words used, hurtful words used, and actions and things that, directions given to people in the neighborhood, or, some people come and complain and not even part of the neighborhood. And you may not have to say something nice about the community center, but you also do not have to incite certain actions at the same time. I may not know what the correct course of action here is, or what the due process is, or what the issues are in their entirety, but I can say with certainty that the recent decisions made by the council in the town are not it. Appeasing a few members of this community at the expense of a very large community within our town is definitely not the way to do this. And as elected officials of this entire town and the entire population of Saraville, you have a responsibility given to you by us, all of us, to be unbiased in your decisions and to be fair in your approach on how to deal with such matters. Sadly, recently, it has not been the case, neither in the words that have been used or the actions that have been exercised. We will be here every meeting until this council and the people of this town decide to act in a more ethical manner and amend its behavior regarding the issue of the community center. And that's all I wanted to say.
Folks, if I may, this is Sean Keane, the town attorney, and it is correct that the governing body up here instructed us to take legal action. This was not legal action against a mosque, against a church, against a synagogue, against a grocery store, against a hospital. This was because the structure and the folks that were inhabiting and using the structure didn't follow the rules. And I'm going to point a few things out to you because we did appear before the judge last week. As you pointed out, the young lady pointed out, the judge said, you can't go back in the structure until an application is filed with the planning board. Just like if it was a church, a mosque, or a synagogue, or any other type of structure. Let me read a couple of the violations because the code department went and did a preliminary investigation with your attorney. Structure not designed by an engineer or architect to the minimum requirements of the New Jersey Uniform Construction Code. So what does that mean? It means somebody could get hurt in there, right? If there's too many people in there and there's not enough room. 2x4 ceiling joists are not recognized and are overspanned. That means a ceiling or a wall could cave in. No part of the roof construction is typical of code compliance. Again, safety. Rafters are improperly spliced. No wall ties down at floor level. The structure is in danger of roof spread and collapse. So maybe the governing body is trying to do the right thing and make it safe. Everybody has to follow the rules, okay? So what the judge did was he put a 14-day cease and desist. Your attorney has already filed a plan with the planning board. Your engineers and attorneys are involved. The governing body up here wants nothing more than to put you back in your house of worship, but it's got to be done by the rules. Everybody has to follow the rules. And I could go on. I have a full page report here and I could read all of the deficiencies here. Electrical deficiencies, fire subcode deficiencies. Okay, so that's where we are. We're working very closely with Judge Toto in the Superior Court, with your attorney, and we want to get it done. And we want to achieve a balance so that it's safe, follow the rules, and then everybody can be back and worshiping in the mosque. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Thank you. I know I do want to make sure that if anybody wants to speak on behalf of Eunice as well, but I know I'll take one more comment, if you like, in regard to the community center right now. And then, as you know, we want to make sure that this is done the right way.
Thank you.
Yeah, but we're not going to litigate this here.
No, we're not.
Yeah, no, because I think we're in a
Yeah.
good place right
How
now.
you doing?
Good.
Shamir Sadar, 216 Armstrong. First of all, the way this attorney, borough attorney is new. And DuPont was working with us a little bit by moving this court date. First of all, know that all your court people visit this site before. It's not new. The fire department, we have inspection, we have things that we taken care of, and they've been there multiple times. Why all of a sudden you're gonna come down and says, get this court order? We didn't be there 1 day or 2 days. I know the attorney is new, he's trying to show that he can do something here. I mean, you're doing your job, but everything is not black and white. It's not black and white. So I really feel that you're going against the community center. You say you're not going against the community center. You name me personally in this thing, but it's a community that need to worship. Me too. But happen that my name is there, yes. But this is not the way to do it. And we kindly asking for you to withdraw that. And you can do it.
So your suggestion is that we withdraw it, we allow people back into the structure
It is
that's
not-
unsafe. No,
It's
I'm-
not unsafe.
Can I talk? Sir, the inspectors in the town have done an inspection and have
There was
determined
order to
there's
close it
multiple
down.
Well,
deficiencies.
we have to just
I
let
understand,
one
Mayor, but-
speak, but don't speak over each other. Okay?
And again, whether it's the mosque, whether it's a hospital, whether it's a church, synagogue, there's rules. You have to follow the rules. It is what it is.
And we submit, even with DuPont said, get everything in and we're gonna use that as phase one of the continuation. What happened with that? You're not gonna honor that?
So the prior attorney was working with you for months and months and months. There was a preliminary site plan application submitted to the board, but it was so deficient that it was really a non-starter. And the attorney, Mr. DuPont, had numerous conversations with the involved
It
parties.
had no
They-
deficiencies. it
Sir,
just
can I
had some
talk?
zoning.
Hold on.
Why don't you let me talk? Sir, the prior attorney had numerous conversations with the folks that ran the mosque and and with the attorney, and they were assured that a fully compliant plan would be filed, and it never was until last week. So that's the problem.
Did the
You got to
attorney-
follow the rules.
I
It's
understand.
safety, it's a safety issue. Sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead.
I understand you're gonna, if you're looking for holes in anybody's home anywhere, you'll find holes. You can find holes anywhere, but that don't make you move out while you fix it. That's not a way. Please, we're asking you. Mr. Mayor, there are probably some issues that we might not done, but kindly asking you to work with attorney and with jurists, please. We kindly ask you to.
I
Thank you.
appreciate your request. Thank you. Okay. Okay, so we have a gentleman here. And then Mr. is, and then work our way around.
Hi, my name's Rich Pancannon. I live in 18 Lewis Street in Parlin. When I moved here 27 years ago, I had to get an inspector to come in and inspect my home before I took moving into it. I could not move into it until that was done. I just recently put up a backyard fence. I needed permits. Okay, when I had a pool, I needed permits. I had to make sure my electrical was 10 feet away from the pool. I had to have people come in and inspect. When I put up a deck, I needed people to come in and inspect the piles of wood going down to make sure that they were cemented in correctly. Now, if I have to do this for my personal home, why can't everybody else in the township do it the right way? Last time we were here, last month, it was brought up to a lot of people's attention that Sayreville can actually get, and I'm talking about traffic again, that we can get an impartial person to come in or an impartial company, not connected to Sayreville, not connected to the builder of this building, and do an essay or a study on what traffic will be like. And again, Ernston Road is only a two-way street. You have Villanova turning to your left and cars going around it. Coming from Bordentown, going towards Route 9, there is no left-hand turns. And yet when I'm coming from Center Street, cars are making these turns constantly. You're going to have accidents. Now, again, I don't know what the plans are as far as the property on Lewis Street that was purchased, but if they intend to make that an entrance or an exit to a facility's parking lot, it's, you know, everybody says, well, you know, this is for the community, for the community. What about the existing community? This does nothing for our way of life. It does nothing for the quality of my life. If I have to have 200, 300 cars exiting on Lewis Street, which is a one road, just one single lane with cars parked on both sides, parents, kids, walking dogs, playing in the street. We have no sidewalks there, and we like it that way. What kind of quality of life are we going to have? Okay, I understand you could build, it could be a Buddhist monastery, it could be anything, but it has to be done in the right spot that will accommodate the flow of traffic, that will accommodate the building structure itself. Right now, you have none of that. And I'd like to find out more information. Did we come up with a solution to where we can get an outside survey on the traffic? Because that was brought up last month. And you guys said, yeah, we could do it. Hasn't been done in a long time, but I think this is the time we need it.
I think we need independent traffic studies for quite a few of the projects that are going on within the town. So to turn around and say that for the community center, that independent traffic study needs to be done. We have multiple projects, and I would hope that the council here would turn around and make certain that with all of the projects coming forward, that we're not using the experts that are representing the developer, because you know, they have vested interest, obviously, in order to make
Absolutely.
that traffic study look, you know, most favorable to them. And that's what we should be doing with any type of building development or redevelopment. So where we are in reference to the community center, that right now, I'm not going to speak on because we are so far down the road in reference to the litigation and what's coming out now that it's gone officially to the Superior Court and Judge Toto and before Judge Toto. But what I was happy to hear in all of this, that it appears that at least the legal system here is beginning to work. And it sounds like at least some authority from the community center understands that. And they are starting to comply and work with what Judge Toto has basically demanded. I mean, this is a judge's order now. It goes beyond the council in this respect. It's before a judge now. So the compliance really has to now happen at that court level. Am I correct in that?
Yes, Mayor. So the judge said that within 14 days, the community center had to reach out to the town to schedule inspections and to apply for permits. That has happened. There has been a list of some deficiencies that have been raised by the code inspectors. Additionally, the community center folks have filed a plan with the planning board, which is great because that's really where this is all going to play out at the planning board, where they're going to be able to study the application, decide on traffic, decide on lighting, decide on whether a particular structure meets fire code, decide on how many people are permitted in a structure. All of those things that apply in every case, in every type of development, all those issues will be handled by the board, which is really professionalized to undertake that task. And it could take several hearings. It's not just one night. And it's going to be for the people that attend the community center to be heard. It's going to be for the neighbors to be heard. And at the end of the day, it's going to be something that hopefully will be beneficially worked out for the entire community.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay. Mr. Izzo, come on up.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Robert Izzo, 21 North Edward Street. This isn't the initial reason I wanted to come up here today, but as far as the gentleman from Newark that spoke, not to be confrontational, but I think speaking for myself, at least, we all want answers here. Everybody wants answers. And unfortunately, I can't point a finger and say, give me an answer, give me an answer. I think loose lips sink ships. So let the cards fall as they may, and we'll get our answers. It may not be today, it may not be tomorrow, it might not be a month from now. It's going to take some time, but whether it's the Saraville Police Department, New Jersey State Police, the FBI, whoever it may be, let them investigate whoever they want to investigate, wherever they want to investigate. If they want to investigate somebody down at Cape May, it is what it is. Let them do their job. They're the professionals, not, just coming up here and saying, I want answers. We all want answers and we will get them, but we will get them when the professionals deem it necessary. Now, my reason for coming up here, I had a quick question as far as one of the agenda points last meeting. I watched it. I didn't get to really chime in that much. As far as the pickleball courts, is that like a done deal? I don't know who's in charge of that.
That's under rec, but I can go to, unless Mayor, do you have anything on that? So it'll go, I'll kick that over to our business administrator for right now.
We're just waiting for the balance of grant funding to come, but it's a high priority project for Parks and Recreation to get that done.
Okay,
In
just,
addition to some more ambitious things we're trying to get funded for Kennedy Park.
okay, with that, just out of curiosity, would it have been, or it'd be something to look into as far as using the tennis courts? Because we do have 8 tennis courts, and I did a quick Google search and you could fit up to 4 pickleball courts on one regulation size tennis court. Would that be more?
This is one of those situations where we depend on our recreation professionals, but there's a strong desire amongst them to dispose of the handball courts, which frankly, no one uses.
Right.
And they get scarred with graffiti and everything. So we thought cleaning up one mess and making a nice addition to our recreational offerings, because I'm led to believe as a rather non-athletic sport that pickleball is a growing popular endeavor for people. So
Okay.
we're working to just, rather than detract from another sport, we have enough space. We figured we'd just add.
Okay, I just figured I'd ask, maybe see if there was like a way to save a couple dollars or whatever. The other thing, I know last meeting, Mr. Conti brought up to you the forfeiture funds. Did you get a balance on that?
42,000. 42,000.
That's what's in the account currently?
currently. There's a expectation for more soon, but I can't tell you when or how much that would be.
Right, okay. And then just lastly with that, can you divulge on like what those funds can be used for or what they can't be used for?
Generally, it has to roll back into the police department and it has to be used for specific areas of enforcement. For example, at the last council meeting, the council authorized the purchase of a new vehicle for the narcotic bureau.
Okay,
There are training elements that it could be spent on and things like that, but generally related to specific areas of enforcement or providing enhanced training or training materials for the police.
okay. With that said, is there a way, I mean, I thought there would have been a little bit more than the balance currently, but is there a way not to tap the funds dry, but to perhaps pick from there a little bit when it comes to things like, like we did last meeting, purchasing new police cars or equipment or anything like that, to just offset some of the funds from the taxpayers, that's all.
Yeah, again, we actually, during the budget process, we had a discussion with the chief, where there's some items that they've requested that will be put on the back shelf until such time as forfeiture would be able to purchase that in lieu of the taxpayer.
Okay, sounds good then. All right, thank you very much for your time.
All right, thank you. Anybody else? Oh. Okay, the young lady, did you wish to speak? Yes.
Okay, Faria Beg, 25 Gardenia Court, Saraville. Good evening, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to talk about my story. We can all agree that quarantine was a tumultuous time for everyone. Everything was shut down and all social interaction was cut off. At the time, I was only 13 years old, which is a vital time for one's development and social life and playing a role in the community. When the lockdown ended, I was entering high school at that time, one of the most nerve-wracking moments in anyone's life. What made it worse was the lockdown prior to that. One thing that truly helped me at the time was the opening of the community center. It helped me meet so many new people who, even though it was our first time meeting, I was treated like family. It felt like I have known them forever. I made countless friends and we built an unbreakable bond of sisterhood. There were various activities that helped me grow as an individual in every aspect of my life. This community center is essential for the youth. We are the future of this community, and this community center helps us surround ourselves with people who have a positive influence on us. It is my space of peace. It is like my second home. After a long week of school, so much goes through your mind, especially as a sophomore in high school, there's so much to do. But just going once at the end of the week and meeting your comfort people and practicing my religion in peace is very therapeutical to me. It's my therapy in peace. The people there are my second family. I'm sure that all the parents and boys and little kids that go there can agree as well. The bond we have created there is indescribable. I have a very strong attachment to the community center, and when it was taken away from me, man, was I hurt. Because I know that all my friends sitting behind me, not just my friends, but everyone else here that goes to the community center has a very strong attachment to it. It has brought so much happiness in so many people's lives and a sense of peace. I would kindly like to request to please open the community center as soon as possible. Thank you.
No, you first, and then.
Yes,
I
good
will.
evening, everyone. My name is Saima Rafiq from 5 Scarlet Drive, Parlin, New Jersey. I'm Mary Novick neighbor. And I'm very sad that Congresswoman Eunice is no longer with us. May her soul rest in peace. Amen. I hope her murder case is brought to justice. And I'm sad, not only just this, because, and there is a two reason that our community center also closed. I have 4 kids. They go to community center. We used to go to MCNJ in Fords. And now when this community center opened, we were so happy that, oh my God, 5 minutes away, that I don't have to do, like I'm a working mother. I don't have to do drive with all this traffic after school. I can just go right back. Or sometimes we carpool with my friends in the neighborhood. We have a large community living in here. And of course, we want to go there and we want to, our kids wants to go there and be like with their friends, like I'm very emotional right now. Since this closed, like believe it or not, it's very sad. Like my 7-year-old is asking me what happened. I don't have no answer. I don't know what to tell her, that why. I understand and thank you for the concern you guys are showing, that safety is the issue, that please, but be considerate that once this solved, I really appreciate you reopen our masjid. We call our second home, actually. Thank you.
Hello, sir.
Hello, my name is Edward Methel. I am the president of United Ghanaian Council. I've been sitting here for a long time, as you can see, and I've been observing the accolades that have been showered on our sister, Eunice. Her death was untimely, definitely untimely, because she's very young and she has done so much for Sayville in a very short period of time. But the reason why I came here is because my council members have been raising questions. When are we going to know something? And you made a statement that we'll be having a memorial service and the cultural one very shortly. We're hoping that we'll get an answer before then. But who are we to ask that question? Because right now, you guys, especially you, Mayor Kilpatrick, you've done a wonderful job. And so is the president, Mr. Onuaha. You've done a great, great job. But we've been having meetings, Zoom meetings and all that in regards to our sister. So having said that, first of all, I want to say thank you for all that you have done and continue to do. But we would like to have one person that we can interact with so that we know exactly when we can, get an answer. We know that the answer won't be overnight, but when it is, we'd like to know who we can talk to. And that is why I'm here on behalf of United Ghanaian Council of New Jersey. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I know many people did not realize because Eunice had just gotten married and she was in Nigeria. And most people did not realize that her family is actually from Ghana. Thank you for coming. And I know how difficult that this has been for our family and the whole community. When it comes to the person to address questions regarding the investigation, I wish I could say come to me, but I'm not going to have that information for you. I think that there's, in essence, two agencies right now that I think you would have to reach out to most often. And probably the prosecutor's office, I would say, would probably be the lead in that because they are the more, senior member of this. And they're really taking the lead with the support from our local as well. Our local is actively investigating with, but the prosecutor in essence has, I believe, the main authority, and I'm getting a nod from the chief. So at least I know I'm not completely off on that. So the questions that you would need answered that would be released would have to go through the Middlesex County Prosecutor's Office. Our police department and our current chief, Chief Plumacher, I know that that's where I go because I can get him quickly. And I do have to say, the night that this occurred, wasn't sure of who this was. We knew that we had a terrible circumstance that happened in Lemaire. The council was notified, I was notified that there was a shooting. At the moment that information came, we suspected that the individual involved did not survive. But I don't know if I thoroughly, because the last several days, last couple of weeks now have kind of been a blur, but I do want to say, I thank Chief Plumacher, and once again, the man to my right over here, for personally coming to my house to tell me that it was in fact Eunice, and I did not have to find out through news media or some other way. And I hope he doesn't get angry with me, but I know how difficult that was for Chief Plumacher. He's an outstanding professional. But when something like this hits so hard with somebody that you've worked with so closely, And Councilwoman June For, not long ago, only what, about a week or so ago, I think she was on the phone with the chief for probably about, well, no, I think she was in the office. She came into PD. They sat for hours talking about projects and progress moving forward this year. It was something she was so excited about. I've never seen somebody so excited to talk about everything from a lactation pod to to the number of officers that we needed, projects within our community service department, community policing department. She was so excited that she called me the next day and talked to me for almost 2 hours on all of these amazing things. And one thing that I can tell you is that in sitting in my dining room with my business administrator and chief of staff, Mr. Skorzinski, and Chief Plumacher, I can tell you that our hearts were broken, and I could see it in both of their eyes. This is not something that is just being pushed to the side, because Eunice meant something to really everyone in that police department. So this is very personal for them too. And I'm grateful that the prosecutor has come on to assist, because you kind of need that support sometimes. I think that it is taking an emotional toll on some of our officers. And I know that sometimes you need that break, and you need to call upon others that can come in with a fresh mindset. And I know that the FBI's support will be utilized. But to answer your question, sir, we do need to go to the county prosecutor in order to get those answers. Thank you. Okay, sir, a lot more hands. How does that happen? Okay, in order to just make certain that we get everybody that wants to speak, I'm going to ask for something that we normally don't do. And if you don't mind, and if you are able to stand, just so we have an idea of how many people want to speak, if I can just get some people to line up. Do you want to do it in reference to Eunice or the mosque? Both. You want to get just a few more of these in, or do you want to? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, let me know. Go ahead if you want to do it now. Okay, as we just wait now, do we have our, come on up. The young lady, yes, don't sit, don't. I actually called upon, she went all the way to the back. Can I just be kind and ask the gentlemen that are in line if we could let this young lady all the way in the back move forward? I'm going to let you, because I had motioned to her before to come up. I'm going to let her speak, and then Council President would like to just address a couple statements first. So do you mind if we let her speak right behind you for 1 second, and then you'll be next, okay? Thank you.
Hi, good
Okay,
evening.
I know I kind of like kept forgetting about you for about an hour. Go
That's
ahead.
quite all right.
Name-
My name is Debbie Lynch. I live on 145 Pulaski Avenue here in Saraville. And I just wanted to elaborate a little bit more on the gentleman that was talking about the traffic survey.
Yeah.
Last Saturday, we had a hiccup up on Route 9. Ernston Road, Bordentown Avenue, Cheesequake, Madison Park.
Yeah.
It was like a parking lot.
Yeah, it was.
We need something done so that and in the next couple of months, when we have all the warehouses opening up on Cheesequake, and I believe at one of the other meetings, it was proposed like 60 tractor trailers an hour. So we have tractor trailers coming in from 35, Route 18, Route 9. That hiccup is going to happen over and over again. Our roads, there's been nothing done to them. And I think the majority of us that brought concerns about the community center was not the building of the community center, it is the location of the community center. School, when the school gets out, it's prayer time, it's a bottleneck. We need to look at where we're going to build things prior to just starting. We need to look at the whole picture. If we have a bottleneck up there again, and now we have 300 more out-of-towners coming in for a wedding, we have this going on up on Route 9, you're not going to be able to move in this town. We have open space on Journey Mill Road, on the extension where Epic Church is. These are great opportunities to build something. And I think, like, that's my concern, is the traffic in this town. I've been here all my life, and it's getting harder and harder to move around. You can't go out on a Saturday. You have to get everything done during the week and hopefully during school time, because there's less cars out on the road. So, I feel bad that everybody thinks that people are against the building of the community center. My opinion, I don't think it is that. I feel sorry for a lot of the neighbors who brought concerns to this committee for this past several months. They have quality of life issues. That's something completely different. But I think we need to look at the whole picture and not just the community center is going to be the answer to everything, because it may not be. And I also want to emphasize the fact that Sayreville does have a recreation building. We have tons of basketball courts out here. We could utilize some of the things that we have here in town that we've already put our sweat, our money, our taxpayer dollars into. We should take advantage of what we have before trying to create something brand new. That's all.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you for that.
Good evening,
Good evening.
Mayor and council members. It's a wonderful opportunity being here tonight and listening to all of you. I met you at the Epic Church, and thank you for that wonderful memorial that you have given. I personally did not met Miss Eunice, but all the things that I'm hearing about her. And my name is Nazimul Sahib. I'm the religious director at 216 Ernston Road for the Islamic Center. And I always believe that if there is a problem, there is always a solution.
Me too.
And you always have to figure out a way how to deal with challenges, right? And I feel that you guys are more than capable of dealing with issues. If there is a challenge, how do we navigate that? And we cannot come to the extent where we says, okay, no activity, shut your doors. No, there has to be somewhere. So you tell us what has to be done so we can able to do it, right? I mean, when we look at all the people who are here, and we look at all these young women and young men at the back, people who want to be like Miss Eunice, right? And we figure out in many situations that sometimes to build a disco or a bar, you don't have much issue. But to have an Islamic center, it becomes such a big deal. And I beg to differ, because I feel that there has been some sort of force working against the Islamic Center. Because time and again, we've been hearing there are so many calls that have been made to the city hall, every moment, every movement that is made in the Islamic Center, and it's all, not even correct, right? And put expenses on the budget of the borough. And so it is very important for us to understand that if there is a situation, let us come to an amicable solution to it rather than shut it down and allow people to suffer from it. And young people who we want to build character and ethics and behavior and mannerism, because that's what is being lacking in our society today. Right. And if we're talking about Miss Eunice, who I never met, and hearing about all the good things about it, then we need to take it a notch further. To build this community is to help to build the character of young people. Right. Leadership will be, the younger folks will be sitting there soon sometime. And you guys know that, right? All the young people of this community will be in the chairs that you are sitting, and we need to develop them and give them that ability and temerity that they can able to work for the community, right? So I really implore that if there is some sort of solution, something that we can work with, and I always believe as human beings, there can always be a solution to a problem, and we can sit down and work it out, and let us use it in the meantime. And as much as you guys are concerned about the safety, look, I mean, we are concerned about, we take all the precaution about safety about our community. So I would like to really implore this to all of you guys can able to do something that we can have this center. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Usman Mohammed from 9 Kanya Court. I'm sure many of us have a question today. Why is the mosque so important? Well, first we have to understand what a mosque is. A mosque is not simply a place of religion, it is a place of communion. Who here is a regular member of Sadr? Please raise your hand.
All of us.
Do you feel unsafe in Sadr? Put your hand down if you feel unsafe. Nope.
No, you just, sir, you just have to address us, though. That's what, sorry.
I apologize.
That's okay. I understand your question.
But the numbers spoke for themselves. We feel safe in our house of worship, and I believe we should be left to practice our religion, communicate with our brothers and sisters, and carry out regular community activities that would strengthen our bond as a community and educate the future generation. Mayor and everyone in front of me, I'd like you to look behind me. All those people who I see as my brothers and sisters are getting stripped of their second home and mine as well. All I ask is that you open it up. You won't just be opening up a community center, but also the hearts of many, including my own and everyone who stands behind me and supports me. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments.
Good evening. My name is Amjad Khan. I'm in 10 Singer Court, Parlin, New Jersey. And my name is Amjad Khan. I'm a senior citizen and living in this county for 33 years. My son has graduated from this school, and my next generation is going to Rutgers College. Today, the topic is Masjid Sadr and Community Center, 216 Ansar Road. Masjid Sadr Community Center is very close to my house, and I was attending 5 times daily prayer regularly for the last 1 year and 6 months. Last week, I was shocked to know that House of Allah is closed for every activities. I was surprised in this country, right of speech and the right place of worship is allowed. I never heard in my life the place for worship is closed for any activities. Now I ask my respected council person where I should go for prayer. Should I pray in the parking lot, or should I pray in the Armstrong Road on his sidewalks? You just mentioned me. I said, please open the door of House of Allah immediately. This community center is an institute for education and social activities and sports. We have school and Sunday school too for our kids. At least 80 students are disturbed and suffering for education. So please, I request you to open the door of House of Allah for future of our kids. This community center and masjid is opportunity for young Muslim boys and girls. They get together every Friday night for 2 hours and get their education and skills. At least 75 students are benefited for this. Please, again, open the door of House of Allah for future of our young kids, boys and girls. Ramadan is coming in March, and our holy month. We are proud to fast and pray and distribute food and dinner every night for 30 days. Every night for 30 days in our community. We have family nights every second Friday of the month. Dinner is served for more than 300 people. We distributed the lunch boxes among the needy people every month. We distributed turkey on Thanksgiving Day and distributed gifts and packages in the neighborhood for the New Year's. Please open the door of the house of Allah, be courteous and justified. God bless our community. God bless America. And the last word of the president, of our ex-president, he says, government is by the people, of the people, and for the people. That's it.
Shafqat Mahmood, 4 Guerra Court, Berlin, New Jersey, homeowner since 2005. I'm not here to deliver a speech. I'm here to seek your help. I told my family we are moving out. My kids are waiting for the final decision. The community center is my second home. We don't call it a second home. It is our second home. Now, if I go there in the morning or in the evening, I cannot go inside my own home. Why? Because of the driveway is blocked. Last Friday, we went to another location to offer our prayers like refugees. Refugees in my own hometown. We have the right to enjoy our home. But if I cannot enjoy our home, it is better to migrate. I have to make the decision, and I need your help to make the decision. Please, please help. Thank you.
Good evening again, Syed Ali, 44 Kearse Street. I kept my comments brief to our esteemed Councilwoman June 4th. I do wanted to talk about our community center. It is deeply concerning what the town official has done. Going to Middlesex County Superior Court in itself is a right of violation for the First Amendment of the Constitution. If I want to pray, I can pray here. The Constitution allow me to pray here as long as I'm not disturbing anybody else. So how dare anyone made a decision to go to court against the community center that is a place of worship? What did you guys found there that is actually something you have to get a cease and desist order? Were there criminal activities going on? Did you find drugs there? And talk about the safety. You go down the stairs in the basement of this building, you will find the safety issue here. Should we close this? Should we close this building? There should not be any more meetings? No, we have to find a way to work around and work together. I cannot tolerate that we're going to court outside this town to deal with our own issues. Why can't the council? Now, my question is, was this a council unanimous decision to go to court, or it was one or two executive who decided to go to court against us, against the community center? If I may have an answer for that, please.
Do we want to, in order to go to court, that had to come from not necessarily this governing body, but based on the violations that were there. Is that correct?
Yeah, so the officials that work for the town, in the construction department, in the code department, in the police department, when there's violations of the law taking place or violations of the code, they have a fiduciary responsibility to report those. And again, to repeat myself now, but because we know of outstanding violations that are taking place, God forbid somebody got hurt at the premises, then all the taxpayers in the town would be footing the bill for those damages. So it's a very complex thing, but professionals in the town that work for the town made the decision that there was violations taking place. Certainly, some of the neighbors were concerned about things like traffic and quiet enjoyment. So when you bring it all together, the good news now is that the community center has filed the plans, and they didn't file the plans until we got the cease and desist. It was going on for over a year.
I'll get to it after you
So,
finish.
go ahead.
First of all, the community center has been working on plan. It was submitted, it was rejected for amendment. We filed whatever had to be filed. I'm not speaking for the owner of the property. I'm speaking for the community. And yes, there may be things that can be corrected. Yes, there may be issues that officials can. And by the way, we've had multiple fire inspection, not by just the municipal inspector, but the state inspector. Every one of them in the past year and a half came and gone, and we were operating the place. I was going there every day, every Friday, every event I've attended there. I have not found anything unsafe there. You know, when we talk about the safety, look at what happened in Turkey. We had big structure, concrete, everything fall apart. 23,000+ people died. We have a lightest structure possible. If you're saying this is a safety issue because of the storm, something will fall and kill someone or hurt someone, it's baloney. I'm sorry, my language. But this is the safest structure in that sense. Because if anything happened, God forbid, if you can possibly expect a bruise or something, there is no such thing as a safety issue in that structure. We've been going there, and we've been enjoying there. We have been praying. We have been having our activities, and I really humbly request the town officials to reconsider. I think they should not have gone to the court in the first place. But to say that this is in court, we cannot talk about it, I don't think that's right. I'm not an attorney, but I know when the town and the owner of the community are the two parties in a litigation, they can work out a settlement agreement. They can go to it is not the judge's decision, by the way. The judge is doing what the town has told him. The judge did not come to the center to look at what happened there. What was told, based on that, the decision was made, and the town, as well as the community center owner, can make a settlement agreement, and it can be done as early as tomorrow morning. We want our center back, and we want our center back now. If not, I'm telling you, I'm not warning anyone, but I'm just sharing my thought. You guys are elected officials. This issue is involving hundreds of family, meaning thousands of votes. We can sway one way or another. And these elected officials, we respect you. We respect your work. And I'm not blaming anyone for doing anything wrong. You're doing your job with the conscience of your mind that you're doing it for the safety of the community. But I'm telling you, as someone who goes there every day, it's fairly safe. There's no problem whatsoever. And please allow us to go back in. As far as the town officials who made those violations, comments, or reports, I need to tell them they are actually working on our taxpayer dollar. They're appointed to work for us, not for anybody else. And this center has to be open. Please work with us, work with us, work with us. We will do what we can. Center has been doing everything possible to appease the neighbors around us. We have been going for holiday gifts. We have been inviting people to come and have iftar dinner with us, have community activities, not just for the Muslim community, for community in large, because we want to have a relationship. Why do we have to go to county or the governor's office or the White House for that reason, just to gain our right of First Amendment that is giving us right to practice our religion? So please help us. Let's not take this matter beyond the county. I am personally of the opinion that if this matter is not resolved in the next few days, I'm ready to go, perhaps few other people from the community, to go to the governor's office, to go to the White House, wherever we have to go. We need this center open and open soon. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, council members. My name is Zakaria Daftani.
Hold on, they were still, go ahead, try again, so we can hear you.
My name is Zakaria Daftani. I live in One Homer Road, South Amboy, New Jersey. First off, I just want to say that I'm deeply sorry to each and every single one of you for your loss.
Thank you.
I didn't know Eunice personally, but I am sorry for that loss. And I also want to say that I'm here on behalf of all the youth of the community center and of Old Bridge and Sayreville that go to this community center. I just want to say that since the opening of the community center, I think over a year and a half ago, my life and life of my family, and I know a lot of my friends' lives have significantly improved, and like it's changed a lot. The impact that Masjid Sadr, that the entire community center has had on our lives has just been like so great. A lot of aspects of my lives have changed. Like I've gotten closer to God personally. Like my personal relationship with God has gotten a lot closer, and I know a lot of my friends have as well, and a lot of the youth as well. You know, since the closing of it, you know, they're not going to have that if the community center is closed. So it's important for all of us that the community center is open, so it gives these kids and us as well, they don't that chance to keep continuing our relationship and strengthening our relationship with God. And also another thing I wanted to say was that the location of where it's at, it's extremely convenient for a lot of us, because before the opening of this masjid, a lot of us were traveling like 15, 20, maybe 30 minutes to go to a different community center just to pray our weekly Friday prayers. And since the opening of Masjid Sadr Community Center, it's made it a lot easier for us, because it's like not even 5 minutes or maybe no more than 10 minutes away from us. So it's made it extremely convenient for all of us. So if we were running late for our Friday prayers, you know, we wouldn't have to worry about traffic or having to miss that prayer and having to wait another hour just for the next one to start. And with Masjid Sadr, you know, if we were running late, we'd get there in 5 minutes. So I think it's extremely important that this community center stays open, and any course of action that you guys have to keep it open for us, so we'd really appreciate you taking that course of action. And that's all I had to say.
Thank you. Anthony.
Hi, guys. Hi, friends.
Hi.
It's an interesting meeting to come to. As someone who does sit on the planning board, I'm not going to make comments about something that may appear before us. However, I would like to say that something people assume about our planning board is that we often get to vote on things that we like or that we dislike. That is not the case. So without turning and addressing anyone directly, when you submit before the planning board, if your application is airtight, please ensure that your application is airtight. And I can tell you that there are people who sit on that planning board that are receptive, that have open hearts, and would be thrilled to vote yes on a completed application. You are welcome here. There is a place for you in Sayreville, and we want to get it right. So please, that's all that I want to say from my seat on the planning board.
Oh, name and address. I'm sorry,
Oh.
Anthony. Go ahead.
Name and address. Okay. Anthony Sposato, 54 Washington Road. I did want to say that the young woman who came up and spoke, I wish you knew the joy that it would have given at least one member of this council to see a young woman advocating for her friends and her family and her community. So you may not have known Eunice, but boy, that would have been a smile. So with that, Mayor and members of the Borough Council, I'm here to express my condolences for the loss of your colleague and fellow leader, Sayreville's friend, Councilwoman Eunice Jumfor. When I was a kid growing up, I was always fascinated with politics. I thought that I could grow up and get involved in my community and do more than approve some vacuum pumps and help to create policies and support ordinances that would make the world around me a better place. And yes, I was the dork that loved policy and thought about creating ordinances as a grown-up. But I did grow up watching strong Republicans and strong Democrats working together and creating change. In the past couple of weeks, I remembered bringing a book home from the Ogden Free Library in my hometown called 4 Days. And it was a book about the assassination of President Kennedy. I was young, but I wanted to know everything that I could about how it happened and why, and how people moved through it or past it or above it, or if they didn't, if they couldn't. What I remember most from the book was a poem that spoke to the sense of loss, of the futility of working to discover how best to describe what has gone out of the world. And I thought the quote was worth sharing. And it is, "Who would disgrace the tragic majesty of his passing with words so weak and worn as those we know?" On February 1st, Sayreville Councilwoman Eunice Jumfor was murdered Eunice was 30 years old, a conservative, Black pastor, a Republican, a mother, a daughter, and a person committed wholly to leaving the world better than she had found it. I wish I had been able to call Eunice a friend like so many of you could. I do. But we were not friends. We had a pair of interactions with one another, and her role as a councilwoman in this room, both centering on a topic that became controversial, but ultimately was not. On June 15th, I appeared before this council to speak about, flying a pride flag at Borough Hall to commemorate our Pride Month. The flag had flown for the previous 2 years, and as one of two dads of an elementary school student, I needed to show up and introduce our council to the people behind the policy and to call for a vote to fly that flag again because representation matters. I had hoped to do the best job I could for my family, for my town, because we have learned from Eunice's example that lifting others up is how we become stronger together, even when it's scary, even when people work to make people afraid of you. I anticipated wrongly that the votes would split evenly with Republicans voting no and Democrats voting yes, because that's the duality of what we think the world has to be. When given the opportunity to speak before voting, I listened to the debate by members of our council, some relegating this to a policy issue or worried about setting bad precedent. I can understand those arguments. But then Mayor Kilpatrick asked Councilwoman Jumfor, Eunice, for her thoughts, and I want to share with you exactly what she said when given the chance to vote her heart. Eunice in this room said to us, "Honestly, sir, I really, really want to commend your bravery. I'm a pastor and I'm excited to vote yes. And I'm proud to say yes, because on behalf of God, he represents everyone on the face of this planet. And I'm glad that you came up here, and I'm super excited once again on the record to vote yes. And I don't have any hesitation saying this in front of my congregation. Thank you so much. And also greet your son, Gabriel, for me." To people viewing the immense number of issues facing our town, a vinyl rectangle on a flagpole probably doesn't seem like the most important issue to vote on. And I understand that. And I watched as residents came to subsequent meetings to voice their feelings on the issue. But I remember standing at the podium that night, and I appreciate those that are listening, needing to be in control of the emotions that I was projecting, needing to be brave, but being smacked with the humility that I had been totally wrong about what can live inside a person's heart, for better or for worse. I had been seen and invited to be part of this community by a woman who knew what it felt like to be seen as different, who had firsthand experience with how others could tear you down, even in your own party, sometimes to your face and other times behind your back. But Eunice wanted more for the people she served, and she made it so. I hadn't earned the vote that night of a Black, female, conservative, Republican pastor. I had earned the vote of Eunice Jumfor, a mother, a daughter, a sister, a friend, because she believed fundamentally in love, in family, in progress together. She believed in leaning into lived experiences and voting with her heart and her conscience, and she understood that her position carried with it a responsibility to her people, not her party. And she lived that promise. The pride flag flew the next morning. So I drove back home and kissed my son and said goodnight. He hugged me and said, "Daddy, did you do it?" And I was able to say, "Gabe, we did it." And so when we learned of Eunice's murder, I didn't have the words to describe what had happened. No one could fathom that that unthinkable had become real. And I had to explain to my son that we had lost someone so good who cared about this place so much. Because educating our children about the world around us, the dangers in it, and the ways we walk through it together ought to be a shared, uncontroversial principle. Gabe looked at me and he asked, "Daddy, can Sayreville have her back?" Eunice was murdered on the first day of February, the month where we celebrate the many and varied stories of those in the Black community who have made immutable differences in our world, whose service, whose fearlessness, whose courage created changes in the world that we all must seek to defend. If the intent behind Eunice's murder was erasure, the impact is that she has been made a forever part of the history of this place. Now, though she has been taken away from us, she will never be gone. I wish I had known her better. I wish I had been able to set aside my respect for the service to share my gratitude for the servant. One of the guiding principles in our lives has been a quote by Shirley Chisholm, and it's fitting that we could return to her words again tonight when thinking about Eunice and the work she did here. Service is the rent we pay for the privilege of living on this earth. In the days that are laid out in front of us, suddenly feeling less bright than before, we want to serve our community, to those who knew Eunice most deeply, and to the servant we lost, to choose to shine. We have to be guided by kindness and conscience. Eunice planted seeds in a garden that she'll never see grow. but it is now our obligation to keep her memory, her spirit, her principles at the forefront of how we choose to move forward. Her legacy reminding us both why and how we choose to serve, to choose community over conflict, and to remember the fundamental bend towards goodness that lives inside all of us. The last words Eunice said to me were simple, and they are a promise I will keep and keep proudly. Greet your son, Gabriel, for me. I will, Councilwoman. May we keep her in our hearts and stories, and may each of us find ourselves guided anew by the spirit of a woman who served with more grace and dignity than we knew we deserved. God bless Eunice Jumfor, Sayreville's forever friend.
Hello. Peace be with you all. Samaya Sadar for 147 Jackson Avenue. I just wanted to tell you thank you to the speaker before me. Those words really resonated with me, sent chills throughout my body, and really touched my heart, remembering Councilwoman Eunice. And the first time I saw her in here, and she spoke words that touched me, words that said I was welcomed here when all I was hearing was the opposite. And I wanted to just give my condolences firstly to you all for such a beautiful soul. She will forever be missed, and I pray her soul is in peace and her murderers are caught and she's given justice. I wanted to come here just to say about the community center as a person who's been going there since it opened. The address I gave earlier was my second home. My first home was actually and still is the community center. And as I pass on Ernston Road every single day, going to college, going to the supermarket, all of these things, and I see it and I see the cones, and the only thing I could do is put my hand up and say, Salamu alaikum, be with you. May the presence of the angels and the light be there, accompany your walls while we can't. And I know I really wanted to say, I appreciate your efforts so far. And especially the attorney mentioned earlier that you guys are trying your best to, you recognize the safety of the situation. You care about us, you care about our community. And I appreciate that. And I hope you put as much effort in getting it reopened as much as it got closed down. And I just wanted to say that things like traffic and those sorts of things, it's an issue, but we have to direct the issue. We can't direct something, a side branch. We have to direct the trunk. And the trunk is, if we look and analyze our roads and create avenues for more development, more beauty in our town, rather than keeping the streets the way they are and limiting everything else, because that's not logical. It's logical to tackle the solution at hand. I did want to mention that everything is not as black and white. It may seem you have safety violations. You should be closed down. But that is not the way it works. And that is not what we've been facing over in these 2 weeks. Yes, this is a period that we need to shut our doors, see what's going on. But we have had city members, representatives of our town come to our masjid, our mosque, and insult us. Whereas I can't even look to my flag and say this sentence, where one of the city representatives came and said they'll own us, own the person standing there. Am I an object to be owned? I understand if we have things we need to work on and we want to be open, as this is our house, our place we live, our place we worship, our place we raise our children. But that does not give someone else the right to come in and say, I'm an object, that my parents and my grandparents and my ancestors came to this country from a land where they were oppressed just to be owned. And I cannot look at a flag that so many individuals have sacrificed their lives for my right to breathe, for my right to stand as a person. And so I understand that things can look black and white, but there is the gray that we are facing every day. We are closed and every day we've been opened. And something that really touched me was the passion about safety. I absolutely love that we're concerned about my safety, but please don't just focus on the safety of my body. Focus on the safety of my mind, the safety of my children, the safety of where I'm going to be growing and nourishing. And in terms of the past year and a half, honestly, if someone were to ask me, do I feel safe at Masjid Sadar? One reason I would say, maybe not, is because the amount of pictures, photographs, comments I see on the internet from, I don't know who it may be, maybe neighbors, maybe people passing, that I am always recorded. And I don't know, I think we have like a news channel dedicated to Masjid Sadar from what I see on Facebook and everything. But that makes me feel scared. That makes me feel scared for not only my safety, but the safety of my children. My children, I don't have children necessarily biologically, but I'm a teacher. I'm a volunteer teacher at the masjid. And the amount of kids that come and ask me, are we going to be continuing things in the summer? I'm like, I don't know yet. I don't know. Do you need more volunteers? Because I can be a volunteer totally. And I'm like, you're 10, but yes, you can be a volunteer. That's the amount of love that's in these hearts of these children. And it's not just the children, it's the adults, it's the seniors. It's my cat one time went there and he felt welcome. She felt welcomed, you know? I just want to put it out there that I understand protocol and I understand the need for certain measures, but there is a rational way to go about things, a way that we can connect everyone together and still do what's right, to enter the white area, get rid of this gray area, and start to have conversations about how we can work together to get solutions in place, because this is our home. For a while now, I've been homeless. And I can't relay those feelings, but I know I need it to reopen. I need the mosque to open its doors. I need to be able to pray in it, to feel the carpets again, because we pray on the floor. It sounds funny, but there's just so much love and light that I wouldn't be able to put forth until you come. So I know you, as passionately as you've announced before, that you're not the reason it's closed. Please do not be the reason that it stays closed. If there's anything we can do to help make this process easier, please let us know. And just when you're considering things, when you're talking about matters or involving other opinions, just think about it with an open heart. Do not see us as the problems, because we are the community. We are a Cerevel community. There is no us and them, and we're all here to spread love and light. And I leave you with that. Thank you.
So I'm going to let, young man, I'm going to let you speak. And then right after the young man speaks, I do have 2 online. So I'm going to go to an online caller first, or an online participant, and then I'll come back to the in-person. Go ahead.
My name is Nabil Mohammed, 119 Waniwu Drive, Cerevel. Ladies and gentlemen, peace be upon you all. It is an honor to stand before you today to speak about a place that holds a very special place in my heart, the masjid. For many of us, the masjid is more than just a place of worship. It is a center of our community, a place where we come together to pray, to learn, and to socialize. It is a place where we find solace, where we seek guidance, and where we feel a sense of belonging. The recent closure of the masjid has been a difficult time for all of us. We have been unable to gather for Friday prayers and other communal events. One of the things that made the masjid so special to me was the weekly Friday meetings. These were opportunities for us to come together, to learn about Islam, and to participate in fun activities. These meetings were more than just about religion. They're about the community and building relationships. This has reminded me the importance of community and the role that the masjid plays in bringing us together. The masjid is more than just a building. It is a symbol of faith of the community. It is what we stand for. So I respectfully request the council to reconsider in reopening the masjid so that we can continue to benefit from its teachings and the sense of community it provides. I truly believe the council will be able to do so. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today.
Thank you. I'm gonna go. With that, I'm going to go to one of the online participants. Is it Aquila? You just have to unmute, and then you'll be able to participate. I'll still need your name and address though for the record. Go ahead.
Yeah, my name is Akhil, 14 Spruce Lane, Parlin, New Jersey. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, yeah. So, first of all, my condolences for the loss of Councilwoman Eunice. May Almighty give all the strength to the family who's bearing this big loss. Now, coming back to the community center, this is the place, what I wanted to highlight is this is the place for the Muslim community of Sayreville. That's the only place we have. Like other community, we would also need a place of worship. Or else, as everyone commented, we have been traveling to Forts, Edison, Piscataway, all those distances with our family and kids. With the shutdown of the center, my family and the whole community has lost a place to perform the religious services. I would request, I fully respect the safety concerns, the safety issues, but we still can have a solution. I would request you to the mayor and the council in large to come up with a workable solution. I'm for working out and mediate any temporary solution we can have. People have weddings, people have events in a temporary structure too, with all the safety in place. Can we come up with some amicable solution? I can ask the community center to work out a solution with you guys and see what can be done till the complete building application is reviewed, approved, let that process take place. So, please, my request is to have an amicable solution. I'd also like to mention and highlight one thing here, one important thing. This Friday, we have a Friday religious service in the afternoon for the Muslims. This Friday, because of the shutdown of the center, my Christian brother in faith invited me and I offered the prayer at his place. So this is just not about, there are Christian brothers in faith who offer the places for our worship this Friday. So I would request you to come up with some amicable solution. Again, I will try to intervene and see what can be worked out here. Thanks.
Thank you. I'll bring up another in-person, and then we're going to go back to, we have another online participant as well. Hello.
My name is Anisa Ismail. I live at 27 Scarlet Drive. Good evening. I hope you guys are doing well. I offer my greatest condolences for our Councilwoman Eunice. I hope her case and family earns the justice that they deserve. I also want to thank you guys. Thank you so much for giving me a chance to speak my thoughts and have a say about something in our community. I'm one of the coordinators of the youth group at Masjid Sadr called Young Muslims. My name is Anisa Ismail, and I'm a high schooler that goes to Sayreville War Memorial High School, going to the school with all the other Muslim girls and boys that have been deeply affected by our masjid closing down. It's been a depressing week, especially moving our location of our youth organization and the teenagers at our school and outside of school repeatedly sharing their sad thoughts and feelings about being detached and missing our mosque so much. For so many young girls and boys, it's become a second home. It hurt me so much whenever I'd be walking down the hallways of this town school and Muslim students would stop me and talk to me and ask me when the masjid will open up, because they were looking forward to so many events and so many meetings and so many classes, prayers that were always being held at the masjid. Every single time I tell them everything will be fine, have hope, and it'll open up again. This one girl, she told me that how much she's been praying to have it open back up because that was the only place she could actually practice her religion freely. Imagine taking away such a vulnerable place from someone where they can be at peace, where they could feel at peace, where they are understood by their other brothers and sisters in their religion, where they genuinely have an attachment with the community and the place itself. Imagine that having been taken away. I hope you guys can understand and reflect off our words. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak.
Thank you. You can step up. You can step up. I'm just going to go online quickly again. So let's see. Is it Ayan Mazar?
Yeah.
Hello. I just need your name and address for the record, and then you'll be able to speak into the public session.
Okay. So my name is Ayan Mazur. I live in 3 Court Serval, New Jersey. And I'd like to speak on behalf of the community center. And I just want to tell you my personal story about the community center. So around 2020, 6 or so months after quarantine first started, I was told by my therapist that I have depression. And during quarantine, I felt really alone. Like I had no friends. I felt so lonely and I felt so insecure. I always felt like I never had true friends back then. No one had ever asked me if they wanted to hang out on calls or play games together. I felt like no one ever contacted me besides my family that I lived with. But then something happened. The community center was made. And for me personally, the community center changed me. I found a group of friends there. I found a group of people who would help me no matter what, and people who I would do anything for. This community center is not just a place of worship, but it's so much more. I know so many of my friends whose lives have changed for the better because of this community center. Not only did we gain friends, but we gained so many skills due to the creation of this community center and its events. My friends and I have learned communication skills, being able to speak out in a professional way. We've learned the Arabic language, and we've been encouraged to do fitness and physical activities. We've learned we have so many youth participating in soup kitchens just to distribute food to the poor all across New Jersey. And we've gained connections and bonds that will last a lifetime. This community center has not helped just me, but so many people I know, mentally, physically, and spiritually. So I urge you to please keep this in mind. When we discuss this community center, please know that this is so much more than just a community center to hundreds of lives. It's like our second home. It's a house of worship, a place where so many people feel comfortable, where so many people have experienced happy memories. Every Friday, me and my friends, my friends and I, we meet up to the community center, to Masjid Sadr, and as a part of the youth, and as a part of a youth organization, and we participate in so many events that strengthen our bonds and give us lifelong skills. And closing this community center, it denies us a space to have a safe environment to carry on with these activities. Denying us this community center, it hurts all our community altogether, and it hurts our youth so much. So I strongly urge all of you to think about this when the topic of our community center comes up. Thank you and have a great day.
Thank you very much. Just wait for the clock.
Zara Rafiq, 5 Scarlet Drive. I'm actually your neighbor. Good evening. It's nice to see so many people and so many familiar faces. First, before I started, I want to share my sorrow and my condolences towards Councilwoman Eunice. Tonight, I've heard so many great things about her, and I send my prayers for her family. So like I said earlier, my name is Zara Rafiq, and a little about me is that I'm a college student at Rutgers. I've lived in Sayreville pretty much my whole life, and I'm actually the coordinator of the Youth Muslim Girls Organization. So every meeting, like before Ayan said, we have meetings every single week for ages 13 and up. And what we do, it provides, this is like we have an activity every single week. And what that is, it provides that comfort for other people, you know, for our girls to voice their opinions, to express who they are, to share their voices, you know. And so I understand your concern in terms of safety. However, and I understand how this is out of your hands. However, this is directly towards the people who live in the area. I feel like I understand the safety hazards, but the solution to shutting down the masjid is not the solution. That it doesn't make sense. I agree that there should be restrictions in terms of how many people come, but there should be a course of action taken immediately instead of shutting down our masjid and restricting us, revoking us from following our religion, going to our daily practices. Like someone said earlier, this masjid is very convenient for most of us who live 5 to 10 minutes away. Other mosques are a bit farther, you know? And speaking for myself, I have little sisters, 7 years old and 14 years old, one in middle school, one in elementary school, and they attend classes after school at the mosque every single day. And that's something that they look forward to. However, now that our mosque is closed, they haven't attended. And you know, this mosque, it's provided a place for us that we feel represented. I understand someone earlier was saying that they lived in the area and they felt that their existing community was being affected. However, we've been running for, I believe a little over a year now, and we have created a community. They're all growing up. I have not seen any Muslim representation within this town. Just as you guys have your churches, we don't have mosques. So by asking us to relocate in your basketball courts, in your recreational centers, this mosque was built for us to pray on the ground, for us to find that comfort, for us to be in our place. So I do understand the people in the area, the neighbors, how, you know, traffic, and I understand that there's kids walking around and there are safety hazards. However, relocating us, especially at in a month, it's our holy month in a month. So relocating us, shutting us down, I feel like it's doing more harm than, you know, keeping it open. I understand in terms of safety that there should be a few restrictions. And I think that that is something that you guys can work with. I understand it's not in your hands. However, there is course of action that you guys as council people can take, because by doing this, you guys are shutting our voices, our community, and you are in a way harming our community. You're stopping us from speaking and sharing our opinion and following our belief that we didn't have until a year ago. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Shafi Siddiqui, 51 Haventer. First, I just want to thank all the council members for allowing us to be here to express our opinions and express our sadness over the closing of our community center. Thank you for accommodating us into this room. There's a lot of people standing up in the beginning, especially, so thank you for that and not closing the doors. This is my first council meeting, but from what I've seen today and from what the videos I've watched on YouTube, the Cerevel community is extremely strong. If one person has an issue, then the whole Cerevel community has an issue. And I can bring up the neighbors, for example. When the neighbors had problems, everyone from around Cerevel came together and were there to support them, there to help them. There are now hundreds of Muslims within the Cerevel community who are in discomfort. How many of the Cerevel community members are in discomfort with us? So speaking as the youth, Brothers Youth Coordinator for the community center is not just a means for us to pray. It's not a means for us to be religious. It's a means for us to be there and be who we are. It's a way for us to develop who we are as Muslims, and not just as Muslims, but as men and as sisters and as women. It's a means for us to develop traits that we will use in our work, in our leadership, in our schools, everywhere. So yeah, I mean, that's really all I had for today. The community center isn't just, it's not a luxury, it's a necessity for us all, and we all need it, and I ask you all from the youth and from the elders to please help us as much as you possibly can in opening our community center. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, young man.
Hello.
Hello. All right, I can see you. I feel you. There, need a little step. There we are. Name and address first.
My name is Farhan Sayed. I live in 53 Keir Street, Parlin, New Jersey, 08859.
Well done. What can, go ahead. You have your floor.
So
Everyone.
basically, ever since this masjid opened, I was really happy. Like, as soon as I entered middle school, I heard this masjid opened. And as soon as I heard it open, I rushed to the first prayer, which is the early morning prayer. Ever since I heard this masjid open, I just felt more better, more people are coming together. So also for Troop 571 of Boy Scouts of America, we have done a lot of community work for the for this community center. We have helped them in soup kitchens. We have helped them paint the parking lots. Also, the YM, they also helped us in the soup kitchens and more.
You're doing great. You're doing a great job.
So this masjid also has taught me how to speak properly. Like, how can I publicly speak properly? So the masjid has the mosque has a lot of educational programs that will help us. So I please convince you to open this masjid.
That's
again.
fabulous. How old are you?
I am 12 years old.
Hold on, you get applause first. How old are? Great job. There, come here, let me ask you something. How old are you again?
12.
You're 12 years old? You did an is this your first time speaking in front of all of of people, this many people?
Yes.
You did outstanding. There is a teacher that is very proud of you. Now,
All right, thank you for letting me speak.
now my next question is, do you have homework tonight that you have to do too?
I already mentioned it in class.
I was gonna say, I'll write a note to your teacher and say that whatever you had to do, I would humbly request that they excuse, because you did an excellent
I
job.
did not have homework at all. Don't
As a
worry.
language arts teacher, I'm just telling you, let's see. So what grade? You're 12, you're in 6th grade?
No, 7th.
You're in 7th grade already?
Yes.
Do you go to middle school?
Yes. I go to not in Triville.
No, that's all right. I know other people in the middle schools. I'm gonna make a call. So you really, you made your community proud. Great job. Very good. And you made us proud. Mom? Good job. He belongs to you, Mom?
Yeah, I'm mother of Farhan Sayed. I'm Aisha Tasneem. I live in 50 Kia Street, Parlin, New Jersey. I'm a proud mother of my son.
Yeah.
And from the day, as he mentioned, when the center was open, he was overexcited.
I can
As
see
a
that.
young boy, he used to go to the masjid early morning in this winter cold. Of course, thanks to his father, he's training him. And both of them, from the day it was closed, it was a saddening day for us. And still I cannot take it, like they're not going to the mosque on the time. They cannot drive 25 minutes early morning. For us, it's a religious and a connection from the heart. I am part of the ladies program in the masjid, and we are being taught, and it is an answer to our prayers lifelong. I prayed, oh Lord, give me a chance to understand your message. I thought, like, it is an answer to our prayers that we got a center, we got a qualified teachers to teach us. And last week, I missed my class. Though we were doing it remotely, I sincerely request you guys, we need as a spiritual connection as the holy month is coming. Please consider this. There is no problem, we don't have a solution. Of course, I'm hoping and praying that things will work out for us, inshallah. Thank you.
Thank you.
How can I come after him?
Um,
I'm Demetra Wagner, 7 Roma Street, on behalf of the Sayreville GOP and our fellow deceased Eunice, our fellow Republican, my fellow woman, and my fellow sister in Christ. I just want to let you know, we attended your church last month with my husband, and on behalf of my family, if you need anything, and on behalf of the Sayreville GOP, we're here for you. Please reach out to us. I know you guys are hurting, and the last thing you want to do is reach out to your fellow people. But if you need anything, please don't hesitate. And it's not just words. The reason why I'm here tonight is there was another gentleman here that mentioned the flag. I have a Christian flag, and it flies for all Christians. no matter who you are as a Christian. Lent is beginning soon. We have Easter on April 9th. So will you fly this flag for the whole time of Lent in April? I couldn't really bring my flag because I had to climb to get it. But, also my pro-life flag did not arrive on time. And on June 24th, Roe v. Wade was overturned on a federal level, gave it back to the states. And it happened to be on June 24th, my daughter's birthday, and also St. John the Baptist Day, which means a lot to me as a Catholic, because we're all baptized and we're all born again through baptism. So I asked this council to vote on it for the whole month of June. If you're going to fly the pride flag, fly the pro-life flag right next to it for the whole month of June. And my fellow brothers and sisters in the Muslim community, maybe you could fly their flag during Ramadan and during their religious holidays. It's not about hate. It's not about separation or segregation. If you open it up to one group as a public government building and you fly non-government flags, you're opening a can of worms. And get ready to fly other flags and get ready for people to bring them. And Marie Tacey from New Jersey Right to Life was here, the director. Unfortunately, she could not stay because it was getting very late. Joanne Gerling, the director of the board of Life Choices Pregnancy Center in Metuchen. Over the weekend, I had to call the police, Sayreville Police, because our ultrasound van that was in the Christmas holiday lights parade was vandalized. Our front and rear license plates were stolen. Whether they were stolen in January, February, or after the parade, we are not aware. We are working with the police and with the Knights of Columbus where it is parked to see if we can see anything from the videos, but we don't know when it happened. Every life is precious. Eunice was precious. Whether you're gay, straight, whatever you are, whatever religion you are, we love everybody. But we have to, if you're going to do it for one organization, get ready to, maybe, Giants, maybe New York Jets, Eagles, perhaps. And listen, I love you all. I know that you all take a lot of time out of your family and your lives, and you have homes and you have work and you have other obligations, and you take this time and you don't get paid a lot. Believe me, public service is not really worth the money, okay, and the aggravation. And we appreciate you. We might not say it. We might come up here and we're angry and we're like, I want this, I don't like this, I don't want that. But we do love you and we appreciate you for all your times and your efforts. And don't think that we don't just because we come up here with our own agendas that's going on in Sayreville. God bless you.
I have a few more hands, but I'm going to let you come up and then I'm going to go to, after you, I'll go to online and back and forth. Come on up.
Thank you. Yusuf Sharabadi, 34 Sayreville Boulevard South. So what I really want to say, what I want to say first and foremost is basically, I never got a chance to meet Eunice, Councilwoman Eunice. And I do want to say, I respect her. I never met her, but I do respect her because I see the impact she had on all of you. I see the impact that she had on this community. She brought up a lot of people together, and she made an impact throughout her life, throughout her legacy. That's what she left behind, right? And what I want to talk about is, my experience aside from that right now, in the community that I have been a part of for 17 years. I'm 21 now, go to Rutgers.
Yeah.
I've had the luxury to be a part of the Sayreville community majority of my life, right? And this, Masjid, this mosque, it took me out of a difficult time, me personally, right? It's been a good place for me to stand. It's been literally a wall to lean on, and metaphorically, because I make it a goal of mine every day to go there at least once a day. It may not be at the same prayer times that the congregation meets, but I'm able to go, whether it's at 9 a.m., whether it's at, 9:30, 10 p.m. after my classes at Rutgers. And it helps me a lot, keeps me stable, keeps me at peace. And I ask you all to kind of look deep inside yourself and kind of, figure out what we can do together. Yes, I know there's a lot of ups and downs and we're working together to kind of solve this issue. And that's why I kind of asked you guys to kind of work with us, and we'll work with you because that's what we want. We want to create peace and we want to live a prosperous life together in this community. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Oh, thank you. Let me go online here. I apologize because I don't know whose hand was up first. I think it was it Nalia? Nalia? Go ahead. So Nalia, is it Firdaus? I'm going to say that wrong. I'm terrible. It's,
That's
I was,
perfectly fine.
oh, how bad did I do? Go ahead, state your name.
My name is Naila Firdaus.
All right, it wasn't as bad as I thought. Okay.
I guess you were close. Yeah, I'm from Old Bridge. I did not mean to speak tonight. I wanted to give opportunity to Stravel Parlin residents, but our young Farhan coming up and speaking made me speak. I am advancement chair for Troop 571. We have done multiple projects at Masjid Sadar. I teach at Masjid Sadar as well. Farhan is my young scout, and he always amazes me and other scout leaders. But guess what? We don't have one Farhan. There are many Farhan in the community of Stravel Parlin, Old Bridge, who all go to Masjid Sadar and Community Center to help, and Masjid provide them opportunities to help build their character. And it gives them platform to engage in something positive. So I would request you all to consider reopening the Masjid, especially in couple of months. Month of Ramadan is coming. We need our place back as soon as possible with all the security, safety in place, of course, but we want our place back so we can continue meeting as a troop, we can continue our classes there, and we can enjoy together as a community. I would request you all to consider that and make it priority. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, go ahead.
Good evening. Sorry. Good evening. My name is Ibrahim Adam Mahari. I live on 10 Outlook Avenue. I was very encouraged by everyone that came up. Also, my condolences for Eunice. That's, yeah, I know. I'm wondering, the violations, they're against the extension. Is that correct?
That's against the extension, right? You want to know if it was against the extension, the covered can, like the.
It's all the buildings.
So the entire building?
The group of community people that many of whom are here tonight moved into the building and started using it. And it was not approved for that. It's not zoned for that. It would be the equivalent of going into a structure somewhere and starting to run a business or starting to run something that was not approved. The rules say you have to get approval, then you move in. And it didn't happen that way.
So even also forgive my lack of knowledge of local government, so work with me here. How about the structure that was already there prior? Because
it was not zoned to be a house of worship or a community center. It was a law firm. It was not zoned for that. Before you go in and start using a structure for something other than what it's zoned for, you have to get the approval to use it for that. The reason is obvious. It was a law firm. There was probably a couple lawyers and a couple desks. Now you have a big group of people in there. So that's, it's.
And all elected officials are aware of this?
Excuse me?
All elected officials are aware of this, I'm assuming.
They are now.
Well, okay, so because I was going through a group chat, the Islamic group that we have for the masjid, and we saw last year that there were elected officials that came in and enjoyed iftar at the mosque. They came in and they were pictured, and it was a gathering. It was they understood how important it was and how central it was to be a community, whether you're Muslim or not. I just ask you to consider even if it's just a partial reopening or something. That's it.
The good news is now the process is underway. Your group has filed an application with the board. They're going to go back and forth with the professionals, say, when is your application complete? When it's deemed to be complete, you'll get a hearing. And then the board will hear the application. They'll say, wait a minute, the lighting isn't right, or the lighting is perfect, or you didn't get all of the electrical approvals because there's electrical wires hanging in places they shouldn't be. The fire code's not up to par, or the fire code is perfect. You've done all you're supposed to do. It's a process.
Let's hope it's a swift one. It's less than a month away from Ramadan, and it's a very important month to us. Thank you.
Thank you. I have 2 more hands. I'm going to go in. Is it Jaheed? Or Javeed?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, name and address for the record, please.
Yeah, Mohammed Javed Ghani, 23 Marcia Street, Parlin. Thank
Okay,
you,
go
Mayor.
ahead.
Thank you, Mayor, Councilman and Councilwoman, for giving this opportunity to talk about a few things. First, I want to convey my condolence to Yunus family for the big loss they have. And and I make supplications that, we rest in peace and also give patience to the family of Yunus. So the
Thank
second
you.
point, thank you. The second point I want to talk about is the Masjid Sadr and Community Center. As everybody here tonight came and mentioned that, it's like our second home, and someone also mentioned it's like our primary home, we like this place so much. We are attached to it because of what we do, worship and learn from each other. So it is not just a place of worship, but also it's a means of spiritual well-being for all of us. The community center helps me and my family to have this strong family bond by listening to some spiritual lectures and also to have the positive activities which happens here. My kids come here, they come and play TT and other games. It allows them to engage in the community in a positive way and learn from each other. Whenever I mention about whatever about my family, the same is true for all the community members. Community as a whole is benefited when our kids grow in a positive environment and become a good citizen. In Sherwal, Muslim community need this place for our spiritual well-being. So I humbly request all of you to look into this matter, to work towards a solution ASAP and help us get back to our community center. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Sarish Chermizi. I live in 22 Idlewild Avenue, Sayreville, New Jersey. It's like 5 minutes from here. I've been living here for over 15 years now. So I have seen the town bloom. I have seen what it was 15 years ago versus what it is now. I'm well in my 30s, so I don't, if anybody's thinking I'm younger, because everybody says that. So, no, so I have seen it as a grown up. I've seen the town bloom into what it is. I've always felt safe. I've always felt secure. I've never had any reason to feel otherwise until the incident that happened with our beloved councilwoman Eunice. And I was shocked to hear how it happened. It's not, it was all sudden, and murder in any case is, you don't get closure until you find, even then you don't get closure, even once you find out why it happened. So as much as I am saddened to not have her here, I understand everyone's pain. I lost my father last month, and it's very recent, and I'm still grieving. And I understand everyone that's grieving over here because I'm in that same boat. And to lose someone so special, so sudden, and not have answers is very painful. And in a time like this, you need your community, you need the loved ones around you. And recently my community was taken away from me, because now I have to drive 20 minutes or 30 minutes over to different towns. I feel scattered. I feel my whole community is scattered. I can't just make an impromptu meeting in Kennedy Park and just call everybody there to, comfort. I need my place of solace. I need my place of peace. And my masjid was that for me. It was 5 minutes away from my house. I didn't have to drive that far. I didn't have to. I'm crying half of the time I'm driving, which is not safe. So I need to be close to a place where I feel that comfort again. I feel safe again. There may have been murders, obviously, in Sayreville, but I haven't heard of anything so prominent in the last 15 years that I've been here. Like I said, I don't feel safe anymore. And now I don't feel safe because I don't have any place to go while I'm grieving. I don't have any security. Other than that, my neighbor, I heard everybody's concerns about traffic and all that it is causing. And I totally understand that, because there's a temple on Washington Road and I've been stuck in traffic there. I get stuck in traffic when the high school's out. You get stuck in traffic for numerous reasons, but you understand the importance of that. You understand that our kids need to go to school. Our kids need that high school, they need that school, they need that library. So I will sit in that traffic and I'll be patient and I'll be kind because I know that that is what is needed. We need to come together as a community and learn how to coexist. We can't just point fingers and not find a solution. If there is a problem, which there is according to the
borough
attorney,
attorney,
yes,
yep.
and all valid concerns, our security comes first. We don't want the roof collapsing on us. We don't want any of that happening. So whatever the measures that need to be taken to open our community center, I just want those measures to be taken as soon as possible. Not just for my sake, for your sake, for everybody's sake. We would love to have all of you with us for our Friday services, for our Ramadan services. It would be nice to see other faces. It would be nice to grow our community because at the end of the day, once I leave the masjid, I'm still part of this community. That's not my only community. All of you are my community. I need to know that I need to feel safe in my own house. And my masjid is my house. My masjid is my heart. It's my peace. And I don't have that peace right now because I don't want to, like I said, I don't want to drive 30 minutes away and just cry the whole way there and then just rush back. This was so convenient for us. And whatever that needs to be done, I implore everyone here to find a solution, not point fingers, not, even for neighbors. My neighbor, she's elderly and sometimes she can't make it to church. Her car's not working. She can't drive. She's having a bad day. I drive her to her service. I'll drive her there, get stuck in traffic with her, sit with her while she's there, and then bring her back home. I go to her house. She comes to my house. That's community. She's old and she needs people around her. She has no kids. So and all of you have been very kind. And I know the hard work that goes behind the scenes, behind the curtains that we don't see. And I want to thank you all for keeping us safe, for keeping Cedarville such a beautiful town, for making me happy every time I step outside the house. Washington Road, Main Street. These are I grew up on these streets. These are my favorite streets. So thank you so much for everything you guys do. And just find that kindness and that empathy in your hearts to open our center back again. So we have our peace again. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you mind if I just take this one online? Okay, you can stay there. You don't have to step back. That's fine. So I have Kamal Arif.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hello, I can hear you. I hope I didn't say your name too badly. Can you
Uh,
just state your name for the record and address?
Yep.
Thanks.
My name is Kamal Arif. I am from 1 Osprey Drive in Old Bridge. Now, you may notice Old Bridge is notably not Cedarville. So why am I here? This is to hopefully demonstrate that the masjid has reached not only within Cedarville, but well beyond it. And it's not just me. I'm an alumni from Troop 571, which is a Boy Scout troop. You've heard of this from Farhan earlier. We frequently volunteer at Masjid Sadar. We do service projects at this masjid. Most visibly, we put down the markings for a parking lot twice. Boy Scout troops have several meeting places, depending on schedule, as well as what activities are planned for that meeting. When a meeting place is lost, that's not a simple administrative issue that gets ironed out. That affects every kid in the troop. Now, I'm going to talk about something that's I'm more involved in currently now, which is my own life. Times have been tough for my family these past couple of months, and throughout all of that, Masjid Sadar has been a rock for my family, and this helps us throughout the issues that we face. I can go on and on with the whole story of what's going on, but that's just going to waste time. You guys don't need to know that. And God, those times are very rare these days. So the long and short of it is that we need, not want, need our rock back. This is where friends go to meet. It's where people go to learn, etc. This is not a common occurrence where you have a community this tight. And that's how the community surrounding this masjid is very special. I can count my hands the amount of masjids that have as strong, as tight-knit of a community as Masjid Sadar. To take away that meeting place is to jeopardize that. Now, fortunately, we live in a democracy. Democracies were established because the monarchs were individuals, and individuals in power tend to be very opinionated and act extremely based on those opinions. Distributing that power reduces that effect and thus trends towards more moderate solutions. There's plenty of issues that we've mentioned around the masjid throughout this meeting, but the idea to shut down the masjid is inherently extreme. The view of democracy is that we have the ability to talk here and find less extreme solutions to these issues, be it traffic, zoning, etc. There's other ways around this, and it's pretty clear. we need to work towards that instead of making this rash decision to shut down the masjid, block out this whole community in the name of administration. It's simple as that. That's all I've got.
Thank you. Go ahead, name and address.
Yeah, hi, I'm Zara Khan, 10 Purdue Road. I'm also an Old Bridge resident, but I very close to Saraville and very close to the masjid and community center at 216 Ernst Road. I'm right across the street. First and foremost, I'd like to give my condolences to all of you. I may not have known Eunice, but as I was driving home that night, I witnessed a bunch of cops drive by, and my immediate thought was, I hope whoever is in trouble is okay. The next day, my dad and I were in the car and we heard it on the radio of her passing. And immediately I said a prayer in my heart. May God make it easy for her family and may he grant her the highest place in heaven. Amen. Now to talk about our mosque and community center. I'd first like to start by saying in our faith, we hold our neighbors to a high regard. Islam puts a deep emphasis on our individual duty to our neighbors, and I've heard sentiments from fellow neighbors, and I want to let you all know of an account from our beloved prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. Angel Gabriel advised him continuously to take care of the neighbor until he thought that God was making him an inheritor. In another account, it says that our prophet, may peace and blessings be upon him, the companion who is the best to God is the one who is best to his companion, and the neighbor that is best to God is the one that is best to his neighbor. So my point here is we want to work together. We're not, like one of the other ladies said, us versus them. We're one unity. We want to be mindful of the neighbors' concerns as well as any violations. We want to comply. And with that being said, and as you have heard repeatedly, this masjid and community center is not just that. It is our home. I didn't think I was going to get emotional. Our intention isn't to cause any harm, pain, or discomfort for our neighbors. If we have failed as Muslims. So again, as you have repeatedly heard, this is our home. Aside from where we actually live, this is where we go for peace and comfort. In particular, my dad, he is a volunteer at Masjid Sadar and Community Center. I feel like the volunteers at the masjid see him more than I see my dad. And ever since it has been closed, he has been very sad. So if this hasn't been clear, we want to do things the right way. And for that, we need your help and guidance. And we want, as you have mentioned before, the plan has been submitted and we want that to be expedited. We want there to be things to be done right away. We want our masjid and community center to be open. You have safety concerns for us and we appreciate that. We want that for us as well in our community. But we'd like this to be expedited. We don't want it to take a very long time. As we have mentioned, in 1 month, we have our holy month of Ramadan. One of our fellow Christian members mentioned Lent, and she practices that just like that. We practice Ramadan, where we fast for 30 days from dusk till dawn. And one other thing that we practice is charity, giving back to the community and having, gatherings in the mosque, in the community center, so that we can feel that we are one community. And we want our masjid and community center to be open by then. I'm really glad that we have a plan submitted
I really would love, and everyone in this room would really love for it to be expedited as much as possible and for it to be approved. And we will work together with you to make it as safe as possible, to make it the best option for not just our community, but for the whole Saraville community, for all of our neighbors, because again, we hold them to high regard. If we don't hear them out, we haven't done our duty as Muslims. We want to make this as easy for us all as we can, and we need your help. Thank you.
Thank you.
Arab Sayed, 3 Sophie Street, Parlin, New Jersey. I see Eunice sitting there smiling and saying that we got you. You will have your community center open. And her words are echoing in my ears. We started with Eunice. I'm sure that we are going to conclude. One thing I'm going to say also that last week we have lost one NYPD officer. He was shot down within 48 hours. The perpetrator was caught. Okay, community was behind the law enforcement. Law enforcement was doing a great job. We're not going to quiet down. We need answers, and we're going to demand. We are going to ask. We are going to go for on the street and seek the answers. That what happened. Our roads are that unsafe that we can lose our representative and there's no answers. Our mayor doesn't know the answers. No, this is not going to happen. So we will be behind that force, either the brother who was before here from Ghana, president of the organization. We are going to work with all the communities to make sure that the justice being done and served indeed. And for that reason, our community is always behind such activities indeed. Having said that, and I see that how much positive role Eunice has in our in building the bridges, bringing communities together, suggesting what to do, how to take all the measures, positive measures, okay? And we have done accordingly, okay? That's where we have our community center for what? Almost 1.5 years, right? 1.5 years. We may have inspectors coming in, and then we continued on offering our prayers, having our services there without any issue. Of course, we had the obedience to law, and we were always in the fence that we have to follow the rules. And we always are. We Muslims are living, we contribute quite a bit in this town, in this town of Saraville. And Board of Education recognizes our activity, various officials recognize our activities. I have 4 children. 3 of them are now, 4th one is also adult now, he turned 18 just a few days ago. So what I'm saying here is that 3 of them didn't have community center. 4th one has community center. We know the benefits of community centers. We know that what role they play in youth life. Okay? They bring them together, they filter out negative, they ensure that the positive activities are carried on. And of course, that have a lifelong effect. I know for a fact, and I'm a grandfather. So I'm looking forward for my grandchild to come, Abdullah, to come and enjoy this new community center we have. And indeed, I'm sure, I'm watching this clock for 3.5 hours. You're sitting here and listening to us without taking a break. And I admire you. I admire your cohesiveness to your objective to serve the community. So now we are seeking, we are requesting, and of course we have sisters, the young child, and our senior citizens coming here and basically requesting to the point that please have our community center back to us. And we are ready to comply. Like brother earlier said, that tell us what can we do in minimum so that our community center is back on track, we go. If you are concerned, of course, your legal advisor is concerned about our safety, and great. We want to make sure that you guys are concerned our safety, and we are concerned about our community safety, and we have that handshake. Okay, so what we are seeking here, what minimum we can do in minimum capacity, the timing wise, so that we have our services back. Okay, we have our elders ready to pray. I'm ready to pray. I was actually so much in striving to go in the parking lot and offer my prayers there. Then I say, I'm not sure what is the legality and who is going to be in trouble. So I said, no, let's not do it. So here we are seeking a minimum requirement from you, or from advising us that you do this, and have this coming Friday. We are going to come and pray with you. We are going to come and stand behind you, because at the end of the day, we have elected you as our representative, right? So in return, also we are seeking a well-being of us. It's well-being of us, meaning that when we go to church, when we go to masjid, when we go to synagogue, we are not doing any negative activity. We are giving ourselves counsel. Okay, soft counsel, hard counsel, whatever you name it, we are doing that. So we are seeking a guidance from you. We are seeking to open our community center so that we can go back again. Of course, maybe you say that, okay, 50, 150 people, whatever number you see, we are willing to work as a community. Of course, I'm not official part of the community center, but I go regularly. So I'm sure that if you allow us to go and put some minimum requirement, we will be complying and at least have our community center back and have it open for us. By the way, I raised I have 4 children and 6 cats, if you remember.
I
their
remember
name.
your
I was going to
cats.
test you, but it's not the right time.
Thank you
so much.
Thank you. Okay, we're coming full circle, so I'm starting to see repeats. So
I understand.
I trust then that this will probably be our last comments then. Okay.
Thank you very
I
much.
do have one online. Do you want to go first, or you want me to take the one online?
I'll go online.
I'll go online. Okay, I'll go online. Is it Samel Arif?
It's Samil, yeah.
Thank you. Sorry about that. I'm not too far off this time. Go ahead, sir.
My name is Samil Arif, and I live at 1 Osprey Drive in Old Bridge. I am the leader of the Boy Scout troop at Masjid Sadr Community Center and a regular member of the activities and events that happen in the masjid. I would like to highlight the significance of the local masjid in our community and request its reopening as soon as possible. The community center is a spiritual home for many residents, providing a safe space for worship, community events, and educational programs. It is a place where individuals can come together and find solace. The closure of the masjid has had a significant impact on the mental and emotional well-being of many residents, particularly those who rely on it as their primary place of worship. People that have come before you already have broken into tears while trying to communicate how important the center was to them, as community events that bring people together have been limited, which also limits opportunities for dialogue and understanding. As a Muslim community, we strongly believe that the reopening of the masjid is critical to the well-being of our community. We understand the need for safety precautions, but we urge the council to work with the masjid leadership to find a way to reopen the place safely. In closing, I urge the council to consider the importance of the local masjid to our community and take action to ensure its safe reopening. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much.
Shamir Sadar, 216 Armstrong. I would like to make a recommendation. That would be, what about if the community center, mosque and community center sign a hold harmless agreement with the city and provide insurance, so you don't gotta worry about anybody suing you or anything like that. And we can get the center open back immediately.
I don't think I can make that.
Yeah, I
this-
mean,
When we rent the park to the eat or
The town-
anything, we do all of that.
I wouldn't advise the town to sign something that would be acknowledging that the other party, that you guys are in violation of the law and that we're going to look the other way because we want to let you go back in the building. I wouldn't recommend that. You got to comply with the rules, fire code, safety code, the construction code. your group owes the town $600,000 in fines for violating the code. I mean, this is all stuff that's going to get worked out, but you're frustrated, I know, and I don't think anybody wants the mosque or the community center to have closed. Nobody want to deprive you of that. But there's a process and there's a rule of law and it wasn't followed. And that's why we're in this situation. But you want to expedite it? I hear you. I'm sure that, I know that people in the town are going to do everything they can to get the application
Not just the
heard.
people of
to
the
get it
town, but you
processed.
also, because you is in command here right now, we on the mayor. So, you know, we need both of you and the council to work this out. Whatever you need in terms of that, while we fix it, we can, you know, we've
Just
been there for
I don't
1
want
year,
you
10
to
months.
think, though, that the council doesn't, actually, the council has more control than I do. Because at the end of the day, the votes have to go to the council. They don't get to go to me. Seriously, I
know, but
wish
you
I
can-
had
you
that
can
much power.
influence it, you know that.
I
you know.
have, I wish I had that much power, but one of the things that I do think that we have here is the other thing that some people don't understand is the council, they can't override the actual borough employees that are placed into the positions of code and zoning enforcement. We actually have within our borough government, we're not allowed to actually interfere with day-to-day business or operations. That is something that we're not allowed to do. So if we as a council turn around and put pressure on the professionals that are hired in a zoning capacity or any type of, because they're looking at
A lot
legal
of them are
stuff.
not professional. They need to understand cultures and
But,
understand
but
people.
we're not allowed to interfere with them because they're trained with certifications and stuff. That's a violation on our end, that we're not allowed to turn around and go to our code or our zoning enforcement and say, you have to approve this. We can't do that.
We
Correct.
not ask you to
That-
approve it. We ask you
yeah.
to, we give you the insurance policy and the whole harmless agreement.
Yeah, I don't think that I think would actually put our borough in so much, we don't have the ability
You will
to
not be
do
held
that.
responsible for anything.
Yeah, but God forbid something were to happen, let's say a fire was to break out and a neighbor's home gets burned down. Guess what? We've all got problems up here. We've all got problems up here, personal liabilities now that would come to us. So this is what I know that this is going to get worked out. I
We
know that.
understand, but it's time of the essence. We do need before, you know, Ramadan is almost here and we got to prepare the community, how to handle this with, you know.
I
with
would
faith
say,
and-
I would say work, and correct me if I'm wrong, counsel, on this. I would say work specifically with our zoning officials, with yourself, and with your attorney, in order to get it done the right way. And I think that if that gets done the right way, I'm happy. You find that the plans are submitted. We at least know what has to be addressed formally now, and we can move through that. I think,
Yes, Mayor, I'm sorry to interrupt you.
but I
One
think
of
that
your
you have
officials-
the most power right now.
One of your officials said, no matter what we do, they will not approve it.
Well, that's a totally different situation that would have to be brought through the attorneys, but
That's exactly what he says. One of your top, I'm not. I'm
who
saying-
said that? Tom? Is it the name that I think you're going to say? I would love for you to say that name on the record. Because
I'm telling you
he's
that-
not a borough official. And this is why, and this is where my heart breaks for you right now. Because none of this should have happened to this level. You should not have, none of you should have to be here right now. None of you. It sounds to me like we know where this problem came from. And it's unfortunate because we want to make it right.
I believe that's politics playing with us, thinking that, but that's not the case.
But
I believe some people on the council are playing politics with us.
and you know what?
But let's
I'm
pass that.
afraid-
That's been gone. Let's try to move forward. Let's get
That's
this
what
open
I'm
back.
saying. I think that we can move forward the right way. I can't
But
undo
please,
what
we
was
beg you
done.
that we get this open within the next 10 days. We love to because Ramadan is in the next month, so we need at least 2 weeks to prepare.
I just
And,
think that you need to do me a favor, please. work hand in hand with the man on my left. He's not the enemy here, okay? And I'm telling you, and I think maybe I see you kind of holding back and biting your tongue and not wanting to say certain
Because
things.
if I say something, it can go against us and the community center, because at the end of the day, the people in the town, these guys at the zoning board or all the officials, we elect you guys, but still we gotta beg you for stuff, you know?
Well, you don't have to, I don't need
Technically, that's
anybody
how
to
it
beg.
is.
Please don't beg to me. I just want to do
But
what's
we are
right.
asking you kindly to see this through within the next 10 days or less.
Well, like I said, work with this gentleman here, okay?
He's new in town, he's going back, black and white. I mean.
Well, there's
He's
certain,
just new in town, I mean, sorry to,
But-
you know, but
but sometimes, you know what? I think one of the reasons why you're having the problems right now that you're having, because we need it new in town. We need it new in town to get it done the right way. We need it new in town to get it done the right way.
that's not in this case. No,
Yeah,
no.
I want you to have faith in just getting done what needs to be done.
All I'm asking, please, let's get this done within the next 10 days. We'll work, I mean, I understand we have attorneys, but we are people, we can talk to each other. I don't like that, not attorney game. That's just, you know, hiding stuff behind the court, you know. But anyhow, can I reach out to you directly? We can work something out?
Probably have to talk to your attorney. I'll go through the attorney.
Yeah, okay.
It's,
Thank you very much.
thank you.
So you show the whole harm, that's not gonna work.
That- I can't say yes or no to that because I don't know if that actually would be, no, I know it's a thing, but I don't know if it would hold us in that, capacity. You're very welcome. No. Mr. Duffy,
Bob Duffy, 111 Merritt Avenue. As you heard from their own mouths, okay? There was a lot of cancer in this town, and now we got to deal with it. All years. Okay? So when I say we need good government, I'm telling you, we need good government. This is an opportunity to turn around and show everybody in this town that they don't have to go to somebody and go for a year and a half with no problems. When the cancer's gone, they got a problem. You got a problem,
it's not fair to them.
okay? Number two, I'm a little appalled with the leaders of this sect putting their children in harm's way in that place. Okay? Would they put 12 children in a boat without life jackets that the boat only holds 6? Would they do that? And then they tell you, we're a community. Well, I don't want to wake up some Sunday morning and read the newspaper that 10 children died in Sayreville. We don't need that. They have to understand there's rules, there's regulations, and everybody has to abide by it. Just last year, Corpus Christi in the town next door, South River, they had an inspection. The beams were all cracked. The roof was ready to come in. They came in, inspected it, closed the church down for 4 months. Thank God someone seen those cracks, or else we would be sitting here mourning for other people that died. Thank God for you people that stand to the law. And they have to learn that. It's great that children are here and everything, but I don't want to see those children in caskets. Point blank. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Duffy. All right. Sir? Yes. No, come on up.
Oh.
Yes, sir. No. We cannot have that in here. Yes, go ahead,
Okay,
sir.
my name is Sujam Mulawan. I live at 5 Feller Drive in La Mer, very close to Eunice. And I was present that day. I was coming back actually from the community center, going home where the police informed me to be careful not to enter through this way. And at that point, we didn't know who it was, but it turned out to be a sad reality that we are facing. But when we look at the brighter side, there is goodness in everything. The person who passed away is not here. Her name is here. The flower looks beautiful, but the person who used to sit at that chair was beautiful. She had beautiful heart. She had beautiful thoughts. She had sense of community. She had sense of responsibility, and she took on that responsibility very beautifully. And we appreciate that. Living as a neighbor, living in this community, we have seen that. And this is a beautiful town. I've been living here for 24 years. 1999, I built a house in La Mer, and I've been living there. And when people talk about quality of life, I have seen it with my own eyes evaporate. I used to sit in my backyard. I see the parkway and all the open space there. All I see is concrete there. And the traffic is so bad there now. If I open my window, my kitchen window, there are 3 cars parked there on the fire lane, and they leave parked overnight, sometimes double parked. There is no violation there. Nobody comes bother. I don't go say cease and desist, because we are neighbors and we live for one another. We take care of one another. If somebody's having a problem, okay, I'm a little inconvenienced. There is Christmas time, everybody's celebrating. They have their houses decorated. They have their lights shining there. They're coming into my window. Inconvenience for me, my family. If I say that has nothing to do with me, cease and desist, that's not how it works. We live 24 years, 30 years in state of New Jersey. I used to live in upstate New York. We had the same diversity of community. We let live and let live. This is how the communities work. So when it comes to this community center, sir, we are acknowledging there were mistakes that are made. As a community member, we are realizing that. We have paid taxes for 24 years in this town. And we know it is for our benefit, that for our safety, you are thinking about it, that the rules and the codes should be complied. But when I'm pointing out about the problems, other problems in the town, you come to La Mer, the traffic is so bad now. Forget about our Armstrong Road. And all those building permits and everything, they're coming from the town, right? So when we come to quality of life, we all are inconvenienced, but we learn to live with that for the sake of the community. Because if we work together, there's nothing that we cannot work out. This problem I've been hearing for the last 3.5 hours. All the good words have been said. And I appreciate you guys, all of you, listening to it, being calm and collective about that. But what we are asking is not to get into confrontation with anybody, not to get in conflict with anybody. Give us the solution. We know the problem now. We were not involved in whatever was going on as a community member who were attending there. We don't know the code. We see everything around in the town. We don't complain. But if you saw something, please give us a solution. Whatever happened in the past, let it be. But going forward, you heard from the children. The children are the future of this community. They are enjoying this place. They say it takes a village to raise a kid. And if this community center, it is a place of a little bit occupied space, if they are raising good people for the future, to become good sons, to be good to their parents, to be good to their neighbors, that's what we need. That's not a waste of space. Yes, there are violations. You identified them. Please give us solution so that we can work on that immediately, so that we can reoccupy the space and work it out. Because this is how communities work. There is nothing we cannot solve together, being together. And if it is goodness in everything, and we mentioned the goodness of a person everybody is looking and talking about. It is not who she was, it is what she was doing, the character that she showed to other people. So please, please, it is a humble request. We realize mistake as a community, even though we were not aware of it. Okay, the mistakes are made, but there are also other mistakes that are made around us. If they are ignored, then we are humbly requesting you to please give us a solution. We're not saying ignore it. We care for our safety and our children's safety. You come back to us, you tell us what needs to be done so that we can go on with our religious obligations. And the center that we have there, it is not just a center for praying. It is a center where me and my friends, we go play table tennis. We have good time coming out back from work. We get together, we share a meal. We watch football, World Cup football there. We have a TV there. We watch it there as a community, enjoying, shouting for one another, cheering for one another. That's what it is all about. We could have watched Super Bowl last night there, but we're not allowed to enter. So I watched it by myself at home, a good game. So this is what we are asking for. There is nothing that cannot be solved. All we are asking as a community is to please work with us, give us a solution so we can come back to you and work on that and get this solved as quickly as possible.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right. Do I have a motion to close the public portion? Okay, all in favor? Any opposed? Okay, motion to adjourn. All in favor? All right, any opposed? Ladies and, yes, please. I'm gonna, had way too much water. Go ahead. All right, we'll just take a quick break before we move into our second meeting. Ladies and gentlemen, if you choose to depart at this time, we are going to start our second meeting, but we can't do that until the hall is either cleared or quiet. I recommend that you make a beeline for the door, but if you truly wish to stay here for the next meeting, have a seat and enjoy, okay? If not, go in peace. And you're very welcome. Good night. Good night. Okay, I'll just let you guys go out because anything you guys say as you're walking is going to get picked up on our mic. We won't be able to start our meeting. Okay, so we'll just wait a couple minutes. Plus, I have to pull up my agenda real quick. I don't know what we have left either. Okay. Are we good? Yes, we're good. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for a salute to our flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Statement of publication, please, Jessica.
Take notice that this agenda meeting of the mayor and council being held this 13th day of February 2023 has been advertised and posted in accordance with Open Public Meetings Act, Chapter 231, Public Law 1975.
Roll call, please.
Councilpersons Balca, Conti, Novak, Enoha, Roberts.
Here. All right, general discussion on administration and finance. Jessica, is that you that's going to read these through?
Yep, authorization to accept and adopt the Central Jersey Joint Insurance Funds 2023 Safety Incentive Program.
Resolution for next meeting?
Yes.
Thank you.
Authorization to affirm the borough's civil rights policy as required by CGIF for the Safety Incentive Program.
All right, also resolution for next meeting.
Yes. Authorization to make an application to the New Jersey Department of Environmental Protection Green Acres Program for funding to support the rehabilitation of the walking trail and restrooms at Kennedy Park and the amount up to 900,000. We will be having a public hearing on that at our next meeting. That's required.
Anybody disapprove at this stage? You need an approval and a denial now. Anybody for denial? Excellent. Moving forward.
We have the discussion on the banning of smoke and vape shops. The attorney prepared an ordinance that was in your packet.
I saw that. It looks,
Everybody-
anybody have any questions on that? I personally think, where did you pull that from?
Various places. We looked at other towns. The one thing is we did as the governing body wanted was we added the licensure.
Yes.
And also if you have subsequent violations, it becomes harder for you to get your license to go on in a subsequent year. You have to pass a background check to open a vape or smoke shop.
Okay.
Grandfathering the existing ones, but new ones would be banned. So
Hey, are we going, oh, I'm sorry, go ahead, Donna.
No, go ahead.
All right. Are we going to be able to get it out of convenience stores and gas stations? I went to a convenience store yesterday. It was like a smoke shop, but it wasn't.
well, that's a good question. The definition in the proposed ordinance defines what these shops are.
Mhm.
And, if it's a convenient, so Quick Check or one of those places, and they sell tobacco products, you're not going to be able to ban them. Yeah, it's not, it's
I think
only,
it's gonna be a challenge. I could picture people going into those convenience shops and say, hey, let me take a spot in the corner here. And maybe I'll give you a couple of bucks for the spot and I'll set up my little smoke shop on the side. I could picture that happening.
I don't think you can do that for tobacco, but you know why? Because the store is going to open itself up to exposure, because if they violate it by selling it to somebody who's underage, for instance, and that's law enforcement does stings to that effect, which they're pretty frequent. So, I mean, I can't say that won't happen, but there is an exposure for the market to do that, to contract that out.
It's a good start at least,
sell vapes now, convenience?
right? It's a good start at least.
You have to be of age.
Stop into any one of them. You'll see loads of stuff.
So one of the things that we discussed at the last meeting, if my memory serves me correctly, it was important for us to turn around and move forward with an ordinance on this rather quickly. We can always amend it as needed and become more restrictive if we had to. But right now, without anything on the books, it basically opens us up to allowing these shops to open up at any time, at any place. So by allowing this to go through right now, our ordinance would be on our next meeting then for introduction, that would give us our 2-meeting window. And then we would be able to at least have something on the books. And then we can fine tune it as needed and make our amendments. Very good. One more thing just to consider as a council here. One of the issues that we do have is obviously there's a couple of vape shops that are within really, really close proximity to the school. I actually think that they might violate in the event that they are selling marijuana or THC type products. I think we may have potentially an issue with the drug-free school zone and well, you have to check, and I'm assuming that our police would be doing some type of a sting operation to make sure that the product that they're selling is not actually marijuana-based vapes, which is an issue that we're having within the school that is really, really quite rampant. So public safety at this point I'm going to kick that over to you, Vince, as number 2, Councilman Anoha, yourself as well. Maybe just touch base with our police and see if they are in fact doing those checks. Yeah, because it's becoming quite an issue. I know they're aware of it because they've been dealing with a lot of things within the school. Something though to keep in mind with the ones that we currently have. Okay, moving
I
on.
do have some.
Oh, go ahead.
questions About the ordinance still. There are 3 paragraphs, the whereas paragraphs at the beginning. Are they absolutely necessary? The executive summary on use of electric smoking devices, a statistic about high school students, a CDC statement, and that we are determining the best interest of someone's health. I'm not comfortable with those statements. Is that necessary?
No.
Can we take them out?
Yeah, so you're looking at the second one, the executive summary on the electronic?
Yes,
And you're-
2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th.
Yep, no problem.
Aren't they similar to the warnings that are actually on the vape cartridges from the Surgeon General?
I mean,
I
it's,
think they're similar. I'm just saying, I mean.
they're not necessary, but they
Okay.
give the reader of it a sense of why you're doing the legislation.
Gotcha.
It's
Okay.
for public health and safety, but if you think it's redundant or it's too much, we can remove it.
Okay.
I would make the recommendation to amend, taking out those 4 paragraphs.
Anybody object to the amendment to the ordinance prior to it going up to eliminate the, I don't know, what's the legal word, cause for?
I'm sorry, though, you said 2nd, 3rd, and 5th,
2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th.
4th and 5th. Okay, got it.
Superfluous.
It doesn't change the subject of the ordinance. The ordinance is still binding on people in town. That is just a preamble to explain it, so it's not necessary. You could go either way with it. Yeah, you could. It's
I
kind of,
find it cleaner without that, so.
okay.
I don't have issue with removing it. I mean, we're right now going through 2 weeks worth of vaping orientations at the school with students right now. It's become that much of an issue here, but remove it. I mean, really, what I'm most concerned with is banning the vape shops that think they're gonna find a home here. Don't care. Okay? Yeah. All right, let's continue on with our agenda. Go ahead, Jess.
Point toss request for the corner of Washington and Ernston Road received from the Knights of Columbus for April 22nd and 23rd from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m.
Keep going.
Any objections? No.
Yeah, just for approval, denial, if anybody has issue, just state your piece.
Authorization to award a contract to the Rogers Group for the Lexipol Police Accreditation and Training Module for 2023 through Sourcewell contract in an amount not to exceed $19,002.
Rezo for next meeting, I
Yes.
assume.
Request to travel received from Morgan Hose to attend a St. Patrick's Day Parade on March 10th in Matawan, New Jersey.
Keep going.
Authorization to award a contract to Martorano Recreation Group for rubber surfacing at the Kennedy Park through ESCNJ contract in an estimated amount of $215,000.
All right. Rubber surfacing Kennedy Park, good time. All right, that takes care of everything from Jess. We're going over to business administrator. Glenn, anything?
Just we have to put on the agenda the swearing in of the 2 promotions for the next one. Oh, I'm sorry.
All right, yeah, he was gonna let me.
Swear,
Yeah, let me know.
swearing in of our two,
Yeah, she
Two.
and,
our two
yeah.
officers.
I think there's
And-
Erla too. Doesn't he have to?
It's Engelbert, she, Castle Grant, and then the
Yeah,
two new
that's-
cops.
you two.
Castle Grant got sworn in.
Yeah, Castle Grand, we took care of.
Okay. Whoever needs to be sworn in.
Whoever needs to be
Whoever
sworn
needs
in,
to be
let's get them
Sworn
in.
Yes.
There we go. Let's go. Progress. Don't, I'm not calling on you anymore.
Listen, no,
CFO Denise. Thank you. Borough Engineer. All right, Borough Attorney. No need for exec? Public portion? Really, guys? All right, come on. I'm holding you to 5, Jim.
Be very quick on the vape ordinance. Is that going to be amendment to section 26?
Say that on the vape ordinance,
Yeah,
amendment to
so
section
the
26.
real question is, does that have to go before the planning board?
Yeah.
So it has, after you introduce, it has to go before the planning board and they have 45 days. So it might not happen as quickly as you want. The other thing, the last meeting, which was on the 23rd, there was a big discussion about pilots and whether or not there had been any discussion of pilot for Arsenal. I think Sarah had a meeting on the 26th. Couldn't hear it. I heard from a lot of people who try to watch it on TV and couldn't hear it. It's because they meet in 308, not here.
I thought we discussed this like a year ago, or at least when we were going through COVID. Can we please turn around and have does anybody object to the redevelopment agency having their meetings here where the technology exists? Not only that, there is a very limited amount of space for the public to actually participate in the redevelopment agency because there's literally 2 pews and you cannot see, hold on, please. You cannot see any of the presentations. We have this fantastic technology that we paid for. The redevelopment agency, again, dealing with some of the most important things going on in this town. That needs to come here. That needs to come here.
And you're the landlord, it's your building. You can
Yeah.
tell them what
I mean,
rooms they
it's,
can use. And it's in the interest of
enforce it by turning
transparency.
around and
Christian, you
say-
and I spoke about.
let me ask, does
the need for
is there
greater-
anybody here that has an objection with having that redevelopment agency relocate their meetings here? There is no issue
I
with
don't know
it.
about Joan and recording and doing her minutes and stuff, as long as she can, actually does all that.
She can do all that and actually.
Actually
this
easier to
meeting's
do it in here
here.
because she sits in the back pew
Yeah.
there.
Yeah, it's,
What's the big difference? I know we have a camera. What is the big difference? The
Can't hear
microphone-
anything.
The microphones that are hanging from the ceiling?
I don't
hanging up?
know. I know people told me, people were interested in it. I wasn't at the meeting, as you know.
yeah.
Two
And the
people
fact that
told me
people
that-
try to come in and sometimes they think that the redevelopment agency meeting is here. And they have no idea if that door is closed, if it's exec session, that's where the actual meeting is.
30 years ago, the planning board used to meet there. I moved them in here for this same reason, 30 years ago. And that's not part of my 2.5 minutes though, because you
I
off on that
tried,
tangent.
Jim.
But, since we talked about the 23rd, there was a Sarah meeting on the 26th. I assume that you asked about the status of the Arsenal pilot. So is there any updates on
No.
that?
No, we
No.
haven't discussed the pilot for the Arsenal.
No, you didn't bring that up?
Mm-mm.
Jay know anything about that?
No.
Well, Jay responded at the last meeting that there had been discussion with the engineer. I was just wondering if there was anything more.
I believe it was more than with the engineer. I think it's part of the agreement that it was a potential for a pilot. I don't know that it ever came to the council.
Okay.
Didn't come.
And they had, as
Uh,
Chairman Daddio told me, they had requested 10% and that was not approved.
I was at the meeting. There's been no application for a pilot for the Arsenal project submitted to either board.
I didn't ask about an application. I asked about discussions.
I don't recall there being any discussion as well.
The only pilot.
Other than the discussions I heard at the 2 meetings I attended.
I was only at the last meeting.
Okay, all right. Okay, so it's pretty important. You know, I said I'd take 2.5 minutes, but
I got you. Go
I
ahead.
just did quick calculations the other day. The warehouses on the Main Street extension